Eat more. I'll start soonish. I'm eating second breakfast. Some people call this lunch, I guess, but it's more like breakfast. Oh, I forgot to ping on Discord for the goobs. Okay. Second breakfast defeated. I'll be right back. Hello, Necula. On Big Wave. Hi, welcome to, I don't know, thing. I'm floating higher today. This is my usual spot. Although I shrunk all I zoomed out all the models a little bit. And then here's like, you get to see the legs. Oh, maybe I should have said the title of the book we're reading. Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Friere. If you don't know what pedagogy is, it's the study of teaching. Or the science of teaching, or something like that. Sorry. I was uncrinkling this water bottle. Two forewords and an introduction and a preface. I guess I could read all of them. Maybe not the publisher forward. Well, actually, it looks like it's only 2 pages. Chapter 1, The Justification for Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the contradiction between the oppressors and the oppressed, and how to overcome oppression and the oppressors, oppression and the oppressed, liberation, not a gift, not a self-achievement, but a mutual process. Chapter 2, The Banking Concept of Education as an Instrument of Oppression, its presuppositions, a critique, the problem posing concept of education as an instrument for liberation, its presuppositions, the banking concept and the teacher-student contradiction, the problem-posing concept and the supersedence of the teacher-student contradiction, education, a mutual process, world-mediated, people as uncompleted beings, conscious of their incompletion and their attempt to be more fully human. Chapter 3, Dialogics, the essence of education as the practice of freedom, dialogics, and dialogue, dialogue and the search for program content, the human-world relationship, generative themes, and the program content of education as the practice of freedom, the investigation of generative themes and its methodology, the awakening of critical consciousness through the investigation of generative themes, the various stages of the investigation. It's hot out today. The AC is on, and it's doing something, I guess, but it's still warm inside. Kind of. Chapter 4, Anti-Dialogics and Dialogics as matrices of opposing theories of cultural action, the former as an instrument of oppression and the latter as an instrument of liberation, the theory of anti-dialogical action and its characteristics, conquest, divide and rule, manipulation, and cultural invasion, the theory of dialogical action and its characteristics, cooperation, unity, organization, and cultural synthesis. I'll Google the word real quick. Hi, how are you? I'm doing alright. I'm about to read at least 140 pages of book. Yeah. I don't know, it's a little warm. Probably should have taken a shower first, because, what book? It's Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Friere. Yeah. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna skip. Actually, I guess I could read it. There's like 4 introductory thingies, and I don't particularly want to read them all. Oh, thanks for the water. Oh, actually, let's see. I'm gonna skim through them real quick and see how long they are. Oh my. Last. Okay. Just chilling in my bed because I have nothing better to do. TBH, I kind of wanted to postpone this until tomorrow, but said I was gonna do it today, and I don't really have. I don't know. I guess I would have just streamed art instead if I didn't. If I didn't read this rather. And yeah. Publishers forward. All right, I'll put on. Usually I put like chapter we're on up here, but we'll do that in a moment. This is only 1 page for this bit. This is the 13th anniversary of the publication in the United States of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Since the original publication, this revolutionary work has gone into more than a score of printings and sold over 750,000 copies worldwide. In his foreword to the first edition, which is included in this one, Richard Shaw wrote, "In this country, we're gradually becoming aware of the work of Paulo Friere, but thus far we have thought of it primarily in terms of its contribution to the education of illiterate adults in the Third World. If, however, we take a close look, we may discover that his methodology, as well as his educational philosophy, are as important for us as for the dispossessed in Latin America. For this reason, I consider the publication of Pedagogy of the Oppressed in an English edition to be something of an event." These words have proved prophetic. Friere's books have since taken on a considerable relevance for educators in our own technologically advanced society, which to our detriment acts to program the individual, especially the disadvantaged, to a rigid conformity. A new underclass has been created, and it is everyone's responsibility to react thoughtfully and positively to the situation. This is the underlying message of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Oh, hello, Zypher. Welcome to book. Hope you're doing well today. Here. As times change, so do attitudes and beliefs. The translation has been modified, and the volume has been newly typeset to reflect the connection between liberation and an inclusive language. An important introduction by Donaldo Macedo has been added. This revised... Yeah, another... no. I guess it only started out with 2 introductions. This revised 30th anniversary edition of Pedagogy of the Oppressed thus represents a fresh expression of work that will continue to stimulate and shape the thought of educators and citizens everywhere. Okay, I'll put in the thing now. Didn't see this model finished. Looks great. Well, I'm glad you like it and that you finally got to see it. I finished it a couple weeks back, I think. I used it for a few days after finishing it, and then I switched off it for a while. I actually fixed a very tiny thing on it today. The little blue ribbon on the knee was not overlapping the knee. Yeah. Probably just missed those days. Yeah. Yeah. Looks flawless. And I guess it looks alright, so cool. Oh, it's fine. You're not interrupting or anything. Excuse me. Barf. Introduction. Never in my wildest dreams would I. Hold on. Okay, I guess I can read this. It's like 15 pages. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined, when I first read Pedagogy of the Oppressed in 1971, that a decade later I would be engaged in very close collaboration with its author, Paulo Friere, a collaboration that lasted 16 years until his untimely death on May 2nd, 1997. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that, today, I would have the honor to write an introduction to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the publication of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, a book that, according to Stanley Aronowitz, meets the single criterion of a classic, in that it has outlived its own time and its authors. I remember vividly my first encounter with Pedagogy of the Oppressed as a colonized young man from Cape Verde who had been struggling with significant questions of cultural identity, yearning to break away from the yoke of Portuguese colonialism. Reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed gave me a language to critically understand the tensions, contradictions, fears, doubts, hopes, and deferred dreams that are part and parcel of living a borrowed and colonized cultural existence. Reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed also gave me the inner strength to begin the arduous process of transcending a colonial existence that is almost culturally schizophrenic, being present and yet not visible, being visible and yet not present. It is a condition that I painfully experienced in the United States, constantly juggling the power asymmetry of the two worlds, two cultures, and two languages. Reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed gave me the critical tools to reflect on and understand the process through which we come to know what it means to be at the periphery of the intimate yet fragile relationship between the colonizer and the colonized. Oh, do I need to... Okay, I don't need to worry about cutting off too much of the text anywhere. Paulo Friere's invigorating critique of the dominant banking model of education leads to his democratic proposals of problem-posing education, where, quote, men and women develop their power to perceive critically the way they exist in the world with which and in which they find themselves. They come to see the world not as a static reality, but as a reality in the process of transformation, end quote. This offered to me, and all of those who experience subordination through an imposed assimilation policy, a path through which we come to understand what it means to come to cultural voice. It is a process that always involves pain and hope, a process through which, as forced cultural jugglers, we can come to subjectivity, transcending our object position in a society that hosts us yet is alien. It is not surprising that my friends back in Cape Verde, and for that matter in most totalitarian states, hold on, I'm going to look up where that is. Cape Verde, country in Africa. Oh, it's an island country, West Africa, in the Atlantic Ocean. Something in most totalitarian states risked cruel punishment, including imprisonment, if they were caught reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed. I remember meeting a South African student in Boston who told me that students would photocopy chapters of Pedagogy of the Oppressed and share them with their classmates and peers. Sometimes, given the long list of students waiting to read Friere, they would have to wait for weeks before they were able to get their hands on a photocopied chapter. These students, and students like them, in Central America, South America, Tanzania, Chile, Guinea-Bissau, and other nations struggling to overthrow totalitarianism and oppression, passionately embraced Friere and his proposals for liberation. It is no wonder that his success in teaching Brazilian peasants how to read landed him in prison and led to a subsequent long and painful exile. Oppressed people all over the world identified with Paulo Friere's denunciation of the oppressive conditions that were choking millions of poor people, including a large number of middle-class families that had bitterly begun to experience the inhumanity of hunger in a potentially very rich and fertile country. Friere's denunciation of oppression was not merely the intellectual exercise that we often find among many facile... What does that mean? Limp dick? No, Okay, ignoring the true complexities of an issue, superficial. Facile. Yeah, facile. Okay. Add the emphasis a little. Facile generalizations. It's not merely the intellectual exercise that we often find among many facile liberals and pseudo-critical educators. His intellectual brilliance and courage in denouncing the structures of oppression were rooted in a very real and material experience, as he recounts in Letters to Christina. It was a real and concrete hunger that had no specific date of departure. Even though it never reached the rigor of the hunger experienced by some people I know, it was not the hunger experienced by those who undergo a tonsil operation or are dieting. On the contrary, our hunger was of the type that arrives unannounced and unauthorized, making itself at home without an end in sight. A hunger that, if it was not softened as ours would take over our bodies, molding them into angular shapes. Legs, arms, and fingers become skinny. Eye sockets become deeper, making the eyes almost disappear. Many of our classmates experienced this hunger, and today it continues to afflict millions of Brazilians who die of its violence every year. Oh, got a footnote, but I'm gonna have to go all the way to the bottom. Okay, never mind. Maybe there's a better category than. Okay. Meh, whatever, we'll leave it on. Just chatting. I think I remember seeing some category for like reading a book, but pretty sure it's a small. Meh, whatever. Thus, Pedagogy of the Oppressed has its roots in Paulo Freire's lived experiences. The experience of hunger as a child of a middle-class family that had lost its economic base enabled Friere to, on the one hand, identify and develop, quote, solidarity with the children from the poor outskirts of town, end quote, and on the other hand, to realize that, quote, in spite of the hunger that gave us solidarity, in spite of the bond that united us in our search for ways to survive, our playtime, as far as the poor children were concerned, ranked us as people from another world who happens to fall accidentally into their world, end quote. It is the realization of such class borders that led, invariably, to Freire's radical rejection of a class-based society. Although some strands of postmodernism would dismiss Freire's detailed class analysis in Pedagogy of the Oppressed, it is an enormous mistake, if not academic dishonesty, to pretend that we now live in a classless world. I'm gonna check the pronunciation of... Okay, Pedagogy. I was saying it wrong. No. It is an enormous mistake, if not academic dishonesty, to pretend that we now live in a classless world, although Friere understood very well that, quote, material oppression and the effective investments that tie oppressed groups to the logic of domination cannot be grasped in all of their complexity within a singular logic of class struggle, end quote. He consistently argued that a thorough understanding of oppression must always take a detour through some form of class analysis. Until his death, by class analysis, they mean, they 95% probably mean working class and owning class. Just in case you didn't, just in case this is your first time at the Scoots book reading crunch. Until his death, he courageously denounced the neoliberal position that promotes the false notion of the end of history and the end of class. Friere always viewed history as possibility, recognizing that history is time filled with possibility and not inexorably determined, that the future is problematic and not already decided fatalistically. Is fatalistically, like predetermined? Okay. In like manner, Friere continued to reject any false claim to the end of class struggle. Whereas he continually revised his earlier class analyses, he never abandoned or devalued class as an important theoretical category in our search for a better comprehension of conditions of oppression. In a long dialogue we had during his last visit to New York, in fact, the last time we worked together, he again said that although one cannot reduce everything to class, class remains an important factor in our understanding of multiple forms of oppression. While post-structuralists may want to proclaim the end of class analysis, they still have yet They still have to account for the horrendous human conditions that led, as Friere recounted, a family in northeast Brazil to scavenge a landfill and take, quote, to scavenge a landfill and take, quote, pieces of an amputated human breast with which they prepared their Sunday lunch, end quote. I forgot to turn off ads. I'm going to do that real quick. Friere also never accepted the, quote, post-structuralism tendency to translate diverse forms of class, race, and gender-based oppression to the discursive space of subject positions. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Barf. All right, I turned off the advertisement. Let's see. Okay, I guess I'm going to explain it. He always appreciated the theoretical complexity of multi-factor analyses while never underestimating the role of class. For example, he resisted the essentialist approach of reducing all analysis to one monolithic entity of race. For instance, African functionary, person who has to perform official functions or duties in official. For instance, African functionaries who assimilate to colonial cultural values constitute a distinct class with very different ideological cultural values and aspirations than the bulk of the population. Oh, I guess it's like a black cop lasers you. Likewise, it would be a mistake to view all African Americans as one monolithic cultural group without marked differences. United States Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is black, after all, and conservative. Somewhat similar gulfs exist between the vast mass of African Americans who remain subordinated and reduced to ghettos and middle-class African Americans who, in some sense, have also partly abandoned the subordinated mass of African Americans. I am reminded of a discussion I had with a personal friend of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who had joined him in the important struggle to end segregation and oppression during the 1960s. During our discussion, King's friend remarked, "Donaldo, you are right. We are using euphemisms such as economically marginal and avoid more pointed terms like oppression. I confess that I often feel uneasy when I am invited to discuss at institutions issues pertaining to the community. In reality, I haven't been there in over 20 years. Having achieved great personal success and having moved to a middle-class reality, this African-American gentleman began to experience a distance from other African-Americans who remain abandoned in ghettos. In a recent discussion with a group of students, a young African-American man who attends an Ivy League university told me that his parents usually vote with the white middle class, even if, in the long run, their vote is detrimental to the reality of most black people. Thus, we see again that race itself is not necessarily a unifying force." Is that thing where they say skin folk ain't kinfolk, lasers you? Okay. Friere never abandoned his position with respect to class analysis as theorized in Pedagogy of the Oppressed. However, as he continually did, he reconstituted his earlier position throughout the years, particularly in our co-authored book, Ideology Matters. In it, Friere argues that whereas, for example, quote, one cannot reduce the analysis of racism to social class, one cannot understand racism fully without a class analysis. For to do one at the expense of the other is to fall prey into a sectarianist position, which is as despicable as the racism that we need to reject, end quote. In essence, Friere's later works make it clear that what is important is to approach the analysis of oppression through a convergent theoretical framework where the object of oppression is cut across by such factors as race, class, gender, culture, language, and ethnicity. Thus, he would reject any theoretical analysis that would collapse the multiplicity of factors into a monolithic entity, including class. Although Friere was readily embraced in societies struggling against colonialism and other forms of totalitarianism, his acceptance in the so-called open and democratic societies such as the United States and the nations of Western Europe has been more problematic. Even though he has an international reputation and following, his work is, sadly, not central to the curricula of most schools of education whose major responsibility is to prepare the next generation of teachers. This relative marginality of Friere's work in the school of education curricula is partly due to the fact that most of these schools are informed by the positivistic and management models that characterize the very culture of ideologies and practices to which Friere was in opposition all his life. Positivistic. Come on. A philosophical school that holds that all genuine knowledge is either true by definition or positive, meaning a posteriori facts derived by reason and logic from sensory. More search up the big words and you get more big words. Lasered from orbit, so fuck that. A posteriori. Yeah. Big word chain. Yeah. What is positivism in sociology? Reddit. What is positivism in simple terms? Okay. There's like multiple definitions depending on what field. Social science positivism, largely derived from Augustus Comte, broadly holds that just as the natural world can be explained in terms of natural laws a posteriori, so can social phenomenon, and that the duty of a social scientist is broadly to make descriptive as opposed to normative claims. Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll just not worry about that. You know, something positivistic and management models in opposition all his life. For example, the Harvard Graduate School of Education sanctions a graduate course called, quote, literacy, politics, and policies, quote, without requiring students to read, critique, and analyze the work of Friere. In fact, let's see. In fact, one can get a doctoral degree from this school or from others without ever learning about, much less reading, Paulo Friere. This is tantamount to getting a doctoral degree in linguistics without ever reading Noam Chomsky. I actually read not short. It says 30-minute read. Excuse me. I was dunking on Noam Chomsky for being a United Statesian apologist or whatever. Vote blue no matter who lasers you. No, but like, whatever. I guess he did do things besides politics more. It was like, his original field was linguistics, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Also, I forgot to say hello, Bills. Hi, welcome to book. The following illustrates my point. In a lecture at Harvard that analyzed Paulo Friere's theories given by Professor Ramon Flecha from the University of Barcelona, a doctoral student approached me and asked the following. I don't want to sound naive, but who is this Paulo Friere that Professor Flecha is citing so much? I wonder, how can one expect this doctoral student to know the work of, quote, perhaps the most significant educator in the world during the last half of the century, end quote, in the words of Herbert Kohl, when his graduate school pretends that Paulo Friere never existed? Whereas students in the third world and other nations struggling with totalitarian regimes would risk their freedom, if not their lives, to read Paulo Freire, in our so-called open societies, his work suffers from a more sophisticated form of censorship, omission. This, quote, academic selective selection, quote, of bodies of knowledge, which borders on censorship of critical educators, is partly to blame for the lack of knowledge of Paulo Freire's significant contributions to the field of education. Even many liberals, and that means classical liberals, not U.S. liberal, well, yeah, classical liberals, international liberal, LARF. Even many liberals who have embraced his ideas and educational practices often reduce his theoretical work and leading philosophical ideas to a mechanical methodology. I am reminded of a panel that was convened to celebrate Freire's life and work at Harvard after his death. In a large conference room filled to capacity and with people standing in hallways, a panelist who had obviously reduced Freire's leading ideas to a mechanized dialogical practice. I looked up dialogics earlier. It's like the process of gaining or learning new knowledge through dialogue. Mechanized dialogical practice passed a note to the moderator of the panel suggesting that she give everyone in the room 20 seconds to say something in keeping with the spirit of Friere. This was the way not to engage Friere's belief in emancipation, unless one believes that his complex theory of oppression can be reduced to a 20-second soundbite. Part of the problem with this mechanization of Friere's leading philosophical and political ideas is that many pseudo-critical educators, in the name of liberation pedagogy, often sloganize Friere by straight-jacketing his revolutionary politics to an empty cliché of the dialogical method. Pseudo-Freirean educators not only strip him of the essence of his radical pedagogical proposals that go beyond the classroom boundaries and affect significant changes in the society as well. These educators also fail to understand the epistemological relationship of dialogue. Oh my god, the big word strikes back. Epistemology. The theory of knowledge. Epistemological. Relating to the theory of knowledge, especially with regards to its methods, validity, and scope, and the distinction between justified belief and opinion. Blarf. Okay. According to Friere, in order to understand the meaning of dialogical practice, we have to put aside the simplistic understanding of dialogue as a mere technique. Dialogue does not represent a somewhat false path that I attempt to elaborate on and realize in the sense of involving the ingenuity of the other. On the contrary, dialogue characterizes an epistemological relationship. Thus, in this sense, dialogue is a way of knowing and should never be viewed as a mere tactic to involve students in a particular task. We have to make this point very clear. I engage in dialogue not necessarily because I like the other person. I engage in dialogue because I recognize the social and not merely the individualistic character of the process of knowing. In this sense, dialogue presents itself as an indispensable component of the process of both learning and knowing. Unfortunately, in the United States, many educators who claim to be Freirean in their pedagogical orientation mistakenly transform Friere's notion of dialogue into a method, thus losing sight of the fact that the fundamental goal of dialogical teaching is to create a process of learning and knowing that invariably involves theorizing about the experiences shared in the dialogue process. Some strands of critical... No, talking to students? Ridiculous. No, some strands of critical pedagogy engage in an overdose of experiential celebration that offers a reductionist view of identity, leading Henry Giraud to point out that such pedagogy leaves identity and experience removed from the problematics of power, agency, and history. By overindulging in the legacy and importance of their respective voices and experiences, these educators often fail to move beyond a notion of difference structured in polarizing binarisms and uncritical appeals to the discourse of experience. I believe that it is for this reason that some of these educators invoke a romantic pedagogical mode that, quote, exoticizes discussing lived experiences as a process of coming to voice. At the same time, educators who misinterpret Freire's notion of dialogical teaching also refuse to link experiences to the politics of culture and critical democracy. I dropped my headphones. They fell off my head. Thus reducing their pedagogy to a form of middle-class narcissism. This creates, on the one hand, the transformation of dialogical teaching into a method invoking conversation that provides participants with a group therapy space for stating their grievances. On the other hand, it offers the teacher as facilitator a safe pedagogical zone to deal with his or her class guilt. It is a process that bell hooks characterizes as nauseating and that it brooks no dissent. Simply put, as Friere reminded us, quote, what these educators are calling dialogical is a process that hides the true nature of dialogue as a process of learning and knowing. Understanding dialogue as a process of learning and knowing establishes a previous requirement that always involves an epistemological curiosity at the very elements of the dialogue. End quote. That is to say, dialogue must require an ever-present curiosity about the object of knowledge. Thus, dialogue is never an end in itself, but a means to develop a better comprehension about the object of knowledge. Otherwise, one could end up with dialogue as conversation where individual lived experiences are given primacy. Excuse me. I have been in many contexts where the over-celebration of one's own location in history often eclipses the possibility of engaging the object of knowledge by refusing to struggle directly, for instance, with readings involving an object of knowledge, particularly if these readings involve theory. As Friere himself decidedly argued, curiosity about the object... Yeah, how much longer? I'm gonna check how much longer this is real quick. Okay, goes to page 26. As Friere himself decidedly argued, curiosity about the object of knowledge and the willingness and openness to engage theoretical readings and discussions is fundamental. However, I am not suggesting an over-celebration of theory. We must not negate practice for the sake of theory. To do so would reduce theory to a pure verbalism or intellectualism. By the same token, to negate theory for the sake of practice, as in the use of dialogue as conversation, is to run the risk of losing oneself in the disconnectedness of practice. It is for this reason that I never advocate either a theoretic elitism or a practice ungrounded in theory, but the unity between theory and practice. In order to achieve this unity, one must have an epistemological curiosity. A curiosity of knowledge. A curiosity that is often missing in dialogue as conversation. That is, when students lack both the necessary epistemological, aka study of knowledge, curiosity, and a certain, oh my god, big word strikes again, a certain conviviality. I have never even seen this word before. The quality of being friendly and lively, friendliness, the conviviality of the evening. So when they lack the necessary curiosity of the study of knowledge and a certain friendliness, familiarity with the object of knowledge under study, it is difficult to create conditions that increase their epistemological curiosity in order to develop the necessary intellectual tools that will enable him or her to apprehend and comprehend the object of knowledge. If students are not able to transform their lived experiences into knowledge and to use the already acquired knowledge as a process to unveil new knowledge, they will never be able to participate rigorously in a dialogue as a process of learning and knowing. In truth, how can one dialogue without any prior apprenticeship with the object of knowledge, and without any epistemological curiosity? For example, how can anyone dialogue about linguistics if the teacher refuses to create the pedagogical conditions that will apprentice students into the new body of knowledge? By this, I do not mean that the apprenticeship process should be reduced to the authoritarian tradition of lecturing without student input and discussion. What becomes very clear is that the bureaucratization of the dialogical process represents yet another mechanism used by even some progressive educators to diminish Friere's radical, revolutionary, and transformative proposals through a process that gives rise to politics without content. Thus, it is not surprising that some liberals join conservative educators to critique Friere for what they characterize as radical ties. For example, Gregory J. and Gerald Graff have argued that Friere's proposal in Pedagogy of the Oppressed to move students toward, quote, a critical perception of the world, which, quote, implies a correct method of approaching reality, so they can get a, quote, a comprehension of total reality, assumes that Friere already knows the identity of the oppressed. As Jay and Graff point out, quote, Friere assumes that we know from the outset the identity of the oppressed and their oppressors, when the oppressors and the oppressed is conceived not as an open... who the oppressors and the oppressed are is conceived not as an open question that teachers and students might disagree about, but as a given of Freirean pedagogy, end quote. This form of critique presupposes that education should be non-directive and neutral, a posture that Friere always opposed. Quote, I must intervene in teaching the peasants that their hunger is socially constructed and work with them to help identify those responsible for this social construction, which is, in my view, a crime against humanity. By socially constructed, that means humans made it happen. Social like society. Therefore, we need to intervene not only pedagogically, but also ethically. Before any intervention, however, an educator must have political clarity, posture that makes political clarity, posture that makes many liberals like Graff very uncomfortable to the degree that he considers, quote, radical educational theorists such as Friere, Henry Giroux, and Stanley Aronowitz as having a tunnel vision style of writing, which speaks of, but never to, those who oppose its premises. End quote. The assumption that Friere, Giroux, and Aronowitz engage in a, quote, tunnel vision style of writing is not only false, it also points to a distorted notion that there is an a priori agreed upon, the words a priori, theoretical deduction rather than observation or experience. Points to a distorted notion that there is an a priori agreed upon style of writing that is monolithic, available to all, and free of jargon. Its blind and facile call for writing clarity represents a pernicious mechanism used by academic liberals who suffocate discourses different from their own. Such a call often ignores how language is being used to make social inequality invisible. It also assumes that the only way to deconstruct ideologies of oppression is through a discourse that involves what these academics characterize as a language of clarity. When I was working with Friere on the book Literacy, Reading the Word and the World, I asked a colleague whom I considered to be politically aggressive and to have a keen understanding of Friere's work to read the manuscript. Yet, during a discussion we had about this, she asked me, a bit irritably, quote, why do you and Paulo insist on using Marxist jargon? Many readers who may enjoy reading Paulo may be put off by the jargon, end quote. I was at first taken aback, but proceeded to explain calmly to her that the equation of Marxism with jargon did not fully capture the richness of Friere's analysis. In fact, I reminded her that Friere's language was the only means through which he could have done justice to the complexity of the various concepts dealing with oppression. For one thing, I reminded her, quote, imagine that instead of writing Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Friere had written Pedagogy of the Disenfranchised. The first title utilizes a discourse that names the oppressor, whereas the second fails to do so. If you have an oppressed, you must have an oppressor. What would be the counterpart of disenfranchised? Pedagogy of the Disenfranchised dislodges the agent of the action, while leaving in doubt who bears the responsibility for such action. This leaves the ground wide open for blaming the victim of disenfranchisement for his or her own disenfranchisement. This example is a clear case in which the object of oppression can also be understood as the subject of oppression. Language like this distorts reality. And yet, mainstream academics like Graff seldom object to these linguistic distortions that disfigure reality. I seldom hear academics on a crusade for language clarity equate mainstream terms such as disenfranchised or ethnic cleansing, for example, to jargon status. On the one hand, they readily accept ethnic cleansing, a euphemism for genocide, while on the other hand, they will, with certain automatism, point to the jargon quality of terms such as oppression, subordination, and praxis. If we were to deconstruct the term ethnic cleansing, we would see that it prevents us from becoming horrified by Serbian brutality and horrendous crimes against Bosnian Muslims. The mass killing of women, children, and the elderly, and the rape of women and girls as young as 5 years old take on the positive attribute of cleansing, which leads us to conjure a reality of purification of the ethnic filth ascribed to Bosnian Muslims in particular, and to Muslims the world over in general. I also seldom heard any real protest from the same academics who want language clarity when, during the Gulf War, The horrific bloodbath of the battlefield became a theater of operation, and the violent killing of over 100,000 Iraqis, including innocent women, children, and the elderly by our smart bombs, was sanitized into a technical term: collateral damage. I can go on with examples to point out how academics who argue for clarity of language not only seldom object to language that obfuscates reality, but often use the same language as part of the general acceptance that the standard discourse often use the same language as part of the general acceptance that the standard discourse is given and should remain unproblematic. Although these academics accept the dominant standard discourse, they aggressively object to any discourse that both fractures the dominant language and bears the veiled reality in order to name it. Thus, a discourse that names it becomes, in their view, imprecise and unclear, and wholesale euphemisms such as disadvantaged, disenfranchised, educational mortality, theater of operation, collateral damage, and ethnic cleansing remain unchallenged, since they are part of the dominant social construction of images that are treated as unproblematic and clear. What is educational mortality? Okay, that doesn't sound like a very commonly used term. Meow. I am often amazed to hear academics complain about the complexity of a particular discourse because of its alleged lack of clarity. It is as if they have assumed that there is a monodiscourse that is characterized by its clarity and also is equally available to all. If one begins to probe the issue of clarity, we soon realize that it is class-specific, thus favoring those of that class in the meaning-making process. The following two examples will bring the point home. Henry Giroux and I gave a speech at Massasoit Community College in Massasoit Community College in Massachusetts to approximately 300 unwed mothers who were part of a GED, graduate equivalency diploma program. The director of the program later informed us that most of the students were considered functionally illiterate. After Giroux's speech, during the question and answer period, a woman got up and eloquently said, "Professor Giroux, all my life I felt the things you talked about. I just didn't have a language to express what I have felt. Today, I have come to realize that I do have a language. Thank you." And Paulo Friere told me the story of what happened to him at the time he was preparing the English translation of Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He gave an African-American student at Harvard a chapter of the book to read to see how she would receive it. A few days later, when he asked the woman if she had read it, she enthusiastically responded, "Yes, not only did I read it, but I gave it to my 16-year-old son to read. He read the whole chapter that night and in the morning said, 'I want to meet the man who wrote this. He is talking about me.'" End quote. One question that I have for all those highly literate academics who find Giroux's and Friere's discourse so difficult to understand is, why is it that a 16-year-old boy and a poor, quote, semi-literate woman could so easily understand and connect with the complexity of both Friere and Giroux's language and ideas, and the academics, who should be the most literate, find the language incomprehensible? I believe that the answer has little to do with language and everything to do with ideology. That is, people often identify with representations that they are either comfortable with or that help deepen their understanding of themselves. The call for language clarity is an ideological issue, not merely a linguistic one. The 16-year-old and the semi-literate poor woman could readily connect with Friere's ideology, whereas the highly literate academics are put off by some dimensions of the same ideology. It is perhaps for this reason that a university professor I know failed to include Friere's work in a graduate course that she taught on literacy. When I raised the issue with her, she explained that students often find Friere's writing too difficult and cumbersome. It could also be the reason that the Divinity School at Harvard University offers a course entitled Education for Liberation, in which students study Friere and James Cone extensively, whereas no such opportunities are available at Harvard's School of Education. Yeah. For me, the mundane call for a language of simplicity and clarity represents yet another mechanism to dismiss the complexity of theoretical issues, particularly if these theoretical constructs interrogate the prevailing dominant ideology. It is for this very reason that Gayatri Spivak correctly points out that the call for plain prose cheats. I would go a step further and say the call for plain prose not only cheats, it also bleaches. For me, it is not only plain prose that bleaches. Gerald Graff's pedagogy of teaching the conflict also bleaches to the extent that it robs students of the opportunity to access the critical discourses that will enable them not only to deconstruct the colonial and hegemonic paradigms, but will also help them realize that one cannot teach conflict as if all of a sudden it fell from the sky. The conflict must be anchored in those competing histories and ideologies that generated the conflict in the first place. David Goldberg captures this problem when he argues that Graff's suggestion, quote, presupposes that educators, even the humanists of Graff's address, occupy a neutral position, or at least can suspend their prejudices in presenting the conflicts, and that the conflicts are fixed and immobile. One cannot teach the conflicts, or anything else for that matter, by assuming this neutral view from nowhere, for it is no view at all. In other words, the assumption of a view from nowhere is the projection of local values as neutrally universal ones, the globalizing of ethnocentric values, as Stamm and Shohat put it. End quote. Something centrists grills you. The middle ground between crunch and uncrunch? Half crunched. Okay. The problem with the teaching of the conflict is that the only referent for engaging authority is a methodological one. As a result, Graff demeans the ability of oppressed people to name their oppression as a pedagogical necessity, and at the same time, he dismisses the politics of pedagogy that could empower minorities and build on privileged students' minimal experience of otherization to help them imagine alternative subject positions and divergent social designs. As one can readily see, the mechanization of Friere's revolutionary pedagogical proposals not only leads to the depolitization of his radically democratic work, but also creates spaces for even those liberals who embrace Friere's proposals to confuse, quote, the term he employs to summarize his approach to education, pedagogy, which is often interpreted as a teaching method rather than a philosophy or a social theory. Few who invoke his name make the distinction. To be sure, neither does the Oxford English Dictionary. End quote. This seeming lack of distinction is conveniently adopted by those educators who believe that education is neutral, as they engage in a social construction of not seeing. That is, they willfully refuse to understand that the very term pedagogy, as my good friend and colleague Panagiota Gunari explains it, has Greek roots meaning to lead a child, from pais, child, and ago, to lead. Thus, as the term pedagogy illustrates, education is inherently directive and must always be transformative. As Stanley Aronowitz so succinctly argues, quote, Friere's pedagogy is grounded in a fully developed philosophical anthropology, that is, a theory of human nature, one might say a secular liberation theology, containing its own categories that are irreducible to virtually any other philosophy, end quote. The misinterpretation of Friere's philosophical and revolutionary pedagogical proposals in Pedagogy of the Oppressed and his subsequent books lies not only in the depolitization of his revolutionary aim, quote, to transform what Frantz Fanon terms the wretched of the earth from being for others to beings for themselves, but also in the disarticulation of Friere's thinking from his enormous debt to a philosophical tradition, in the disarticulation of Friere's thinking from his enormous debt to a philosophical tradition that included Marx, Gramsci, Hegel, and Sartre, among others. I was thinking about reading Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth as well, at some later date, but I skimmed the first 10 or 20 pages, and, well, it was a book written in, like, when was it written? It was written, a few decades ago. 1961. I guess it's only 10 years older than this book's first publication. Yeah. Oh, hello, critical. Welcome to book. Yeah. We're still in the introduction, so technically we haven't actually started yet. No. Model looks amazing. Oh, thanks. Hey, Nekio, you hear that? Someone said your art looks good. Come here and accept your compliments. Psst, psst, psst. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you're doing well today. I'm reading a book about pedagogy. Oh my god, I spelled the fucking thing wrong. We're reading Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Pedagogy meaning teaching, meaning from the Greek root something something, leading a child, and oppressed meaning the guy who's on the receiving end of oppression. Although I was immobilized when I received the devastating news that Paulo Friere, my friend, my collaborator, my teacher, and my mentor, had died, I found comfort in the certainty that Pedagogy of the Oppressed had indeed, quote, outlived its own time and its authors. I found comfort in the immeasurable hope that Paulo represented for those of us who are committed to imagine a world, in his own words, that is less ugly, more beautiful, less discriminatory, more democratic, less dehumanizing, and more humane. In his work and in his life, Paulo teaches us and the world, with his hallmark humility, what it means to be an intellectual who fights against the temptation of becoming a populist intellectual. As always, he teaches us with his penetrating and unquiet minds the meaning of a profound commitment to fight social injustices in our struggle to recapture the loss of our dignity as human beings. In Paulo's own words, we need to say no to the neoliberal fatalism that we are witnessing at the end of this century, informed by the ethics of the market, an ethics in which a minority makes most profits in which a minority, aka the rich, makes most profits against the lives of the majority. In other words, those who cannot compete die. This is a perverse ethics that, in fact, lacks ethics. I insist on saying that I continue to be human. I would then remain the last educator in the world to say no. I do not accept history as determinism. I embrace history as possibility, where we can demystify the evil in this perverse fatalism that characterizes the neoliberal discourse in the end of this century. Neoliberal as in Reagan and Thatcher. Although, I mean, it goes further back than that, but Paulo Freire did not realize his dream of entering the 21st century full of hope for a world that is more round, less ugly, and more just. Although he did not hold our hands as we crossed the threshold of the 21st century, his words of wisdom, his penetrating and insightful ideas, his courage to denounce in order to announce, his courage to love, and, quote, to speak about love without fear of being called ascientific, if not anti-scientific, end quote, his humility and his humanity make him immortal, a forever present force that keeps alive our understanding of history as possibility. I always accepted with humility Paulo's challenge through the coherence and humility he exemplified. With much sadness, Magoa, but also with much affection and hope, I say once more, thank you, Paulo, for having been present in the world, for having given us pedagogy of the oppressed, for having taught us how to read the world, and for challenging us to humanize the world. Written by Donaldo Macedo, Distinguished Professor of Liberal Arts and Education, University of Massachusetts, Boston. Forward. I take out this. Forward. Over the years, the thought and work of the Brazilian educator Paulo Freire have spread from the northeast of Brazil to an entire continent, and have made a profound impact not only in the field of education, but also in the overall struggle for national development. At the precise moment when the disinherited masses in Latin America are awakening from their traditional lethargy and are anxious to participate as subjects in the development of their countries, Paulo Freire has perfected a method for teaching illiterates that has contributed in an extraordinary way to that process. In fact, those who, in learning to read and write, come to a new awareness of selfhood and begin to look critically at the social situation in which they find themselves, often take the initiative in acting to transform the society that has denied them this opportunity of participation. Education is once again a subversive force. In this country, we're gradually becoming aware of the work of Paulo Freire, but thus far we have thought of it primarily in terms of its contribution to the education of illiterate adults in the Third World. If, however, we take a closer look, we may discover that his methodology, as well as his educational philosophy, are as important for us as for the dispossessed in Latin America. Their struggle to become free subjects and to participate in the transformation of their society is similar in many ways to the struggle not only of blacks and Mexican Americans, but also of middle-class young people in this country. And the sharpness and intensity of that struggle in the developing world may well provide us with new insight, new models, and a new hope as we face our own situation. For this reason, I consider the publication of Pedagogy of the Oppressed in an English edition to be something of an event. That's that part that was quoted in the publisher's foreword. Paulo Freire's thought represents the response of a creative mind and sensitive conscience to the extraordinary misery and suffering of the oppressed around him. Born in 1921 in Recife, the center of one of the most extreme situations of poverty and underdevelopment in the Third World, he was soon forced to experience that reality directly. That's the state capital of Pernambuco, Brazil, on the northeastern Atlantic coast of South America. As the economic crisis in 1929 in the United States began to affect Brazil, the precarious stability of Freire's middle-class family gave way, and he found himself sharing the plight of the wretched of the earth. This had a profound influence on his life, as he came to know the gnawing pangs of hunger, and fell behind in school because of the listlessness it produced. It also led him to make a vow at age 11 to dedicate his life to the struggle against hunger, so that other children would not have to know the agony he was then experiencing. His early sharing of the life of the poor also led him to the discovery of what he describes as the culture of silence of the dispossessed. He came to realize that their ignorance and lethargy were the direct product of the whole situation of economic, social, and political domination, and of the paternalism of which they were victims. Rather than being encouraged and equipped to know and respond to the concrete realities of their world, they were kept submerged in a situation in which such critical awareness and response were practically impossible. And it became clear to him that the whole educational system was one of the major instruments for the maintenance of this culture of silence. Confronted by this problem in a very existential way, Friere turned his attention to the field of education and began to work on it. Over the years, he has engaged in a process of study and reflection that has produced something quite new and creative in educational philosophy. From a situation of direct engagement in the struggle to liberate men and women for the creation of a new world, he has reached out to the thought and experience of those in many different situations and of diverse philosophical positions. In his words, to Sartre and Meunier, Eric Fromm and Louis Althusser, Ortega y Gasset and Mao, Martin Luther King and Che Guevara, Unamuno and Marcuse. He has made use of the insights of these men to develop a perspective on education which is authentically his own and which seeks to respond to the concrete realities of Latin America. His thought on the philosophy of education was first expressed in 1959 in his doctoral dissertation at the University of Recife, and later in his work as professor of the history and philosophy of education in the same university, as well as in his early experiments with the teaching of illiterates in that same city. The methodology he developed was widely used by Catholics and others in literacy campaigns throughout the northeast of Brazil, and was considered such a threat to the old order that Friere was jailed immediately after the military coup in 1964. Released 70 days later and encouraged to leave the country, Friere went to Chile, where he spent 5 years working with UNESCO and the Chilean Institute for Agrarian Reform in programs of adult education. He then acted as a consultant at Harvard University's School of Education and worked in close association with a number of groups engaged in new educational experiments in rural and urban areas. He is presently serving, at the time of writing, he was serving as special consultant to the Office of Education of the World Council of Churches in Geneva. Friere has written many articles in Portuguese and Spanish. In his first book, I don't know if I should try reading that. Educação como Prática da Liberdade was published in Brazil in 1967. His latest and most complete work, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, is the first of his writings to be published in this country. In this brief introduction, there is no point in attempting to sum up in a few paragraphs what the author develops in a number of pages. That would be an offense to the richness, depth, and complexity of his thought. But perhaps a word of witness has its place here, a personal witness as to why I find a dialogue with the thought of Paulo Friere an exciting adventure. Fed up as I am with the abstractness and sterility of so much intellectual work in academic circles today, I am excited by a process of reflection which is set in a thoroughly historical context, which is carried on in the midst of a struggle to create a new social order, and thus represents a new unity of theory and praxis. Praxis means, it means like practice, doing the thing, doing stuff. And I'm encouraged, doing political stuff. And I'm encouraged when a man of the stature of Paulo Freire incarnates a rediscovery of the humanizing vocation of the intellectual, and demonstrates the power of thought to negate accepted limits and open the way to a new future. Freire is able to do this because he operates on one basic assumption, that man's ontological vocation, as he calls it, is to be a subject who acts upon and transforms his world, and in doing so moves toward ever new possibilities of fuller and richer life individually and collectively. This world to which he relates is not a static and closed order, a given reality which man must accept and to which he must adjust. Rather, it is a problem to be worked on and solved. It is the material used by man to create history, a task which he performs as he overcomes that which is dehumanizing at any particular time and place, and dares to create the qualitatively new. For Friere, the resources for that task at the present time are provided by the advanced technology of our Western world, but the social vision which impels us to negate the present order and demonstrate that history has not ended, comes primarily from the suffering and struggle of the people of the Third World. Coupled with this is Friere's conviction, now supported by a wide background of experience, that every human being, no matter how ignorant or submerged in the culture of silence he or she may be, is capable of looking critically at the world in a dialogical encounter with others. Provided with the proper tools for such encounter, the individual can gradually perceive personal and social reality as well as the contradictions in it, become conscious of his or her own perception of that reality, and deal critically with it. In this process, the old paternalistic teacher-student relationship is overcome. A peasant can facilitate this process for a neighbor more effectively than a teacher brought in from outside. People educate each other through the mediation of the world. As this happens, the word takes on new power. It is no longer an abstraction or magic, but a means by which people discover themselves and their potential as they give names to things around them. As Freire puts it, each individual wins back the right to say his or her own word, to name the world. When an illiterate peasant participates in this sort of educational experience, he or she comes to a new awareness of self, has a new sense of dignity, and is stirred by new hope. Time and again, peasants have expressed these discoveries in striking ways after a few hours of class. I now realize I am a person, an educated person. We were blind, now our eyes have been opened. Before this, words meant nothing to me. Now they speak to me, and I can make them speak. Now we will no longer be a dead weight on the cooperative farm. When this happens in the process of learning to read, men and women discover that they are creators of culture and that all their work can be creative. I work, and working, I transform the world. And as those who have been completely marginalized are so radically transformed, they are no longer willing to be mere objects, responding to changes occurring around them. They are more likely to decide to take upon themselves the struggle to change the structures of society, which until now have served to oppress them. For this reason, a distinguished Brazilian student of national development recently affirmed that this type of educational work among the people represents a new factor in social change and development, a new instrument of conduct for the Third World by which it can overcome traditional structures and enter the modern world. At first sight, Paulo Friere's method of teaching illiterates. At first sight, Paulo Friere's method of teaching illiterates in Latin America seems to belong to a different world from that in which we find ourselves in this country. Certainly, it would be absurd to claim that it should be copied here. But there are certain parallels in the two situations that should not be overlooked. Our advanced technological society is rapidly making objects of most of us, and subtly programming us into conformity to the logic of its system. To the degree that this happens, we are also becoming submerged in a new culture of silence. The paradox is that the same technology that does this to us excuse me, also creates a new sensitivity to what is happening. Oh, hello. Sussy B3 fatigue. Meryl. I hope you're having a suitably acceptable today. Or, day today, right? Oh, thank you for the water. Ow. Okay, let's see if I can stretch and read words at the same time. Paradox is that the same technology that does this to us also creates a new sensitivity to what is happening. Especially among young people, the new media, together with the erosion of old concepts of authority, open the way to acute awareness of this new bondage. The young perceive that their right to say their own word has been stolen from them, and that few things are more important than the struggle to win it back. And they also realize that the educational system today, from kindergarten to university, is their enemy. Today was nice, just really long. Woke up at 6:30 and now it's 9:30, so sleepy. Aw. Well, I hope you have a good sleep tonight. Alright. Okay. Mom. There's no such thing as a neutral educational process. Education either functions as an instrument that is used to facilitate the integration of the younger generation into the logic of the present system and bring about conformity to it, or it becomes the practice of freedom, the means by which men and women deal critically and creatively with reality and discover how to participate in the transformation of their world. The development of an educational methodology that facilitates this process will inevitably lead to tension and conflict within our society. But it could also contribute to the formation of a new man and mark the beginning of a new era in Western history for those who are committed to that task and are searching for concepts and tools for experimentation. Paulo Freire's thought will make a significant contribution in the years ahead. Richard Shaw. Forward defeated. It's time for Forward Part 3. What's the difference between a preface and a foreword? I'm not really sure. Excuse me. Okay, the preface must be from the actual author himself, while the foreword was by someone else. The same with the introduction, which was written by someone else. Why is my arm so sore? Okay. Preface. These pages, which introduce Pedagogy of the Oppressed, result from my observations during 6 years of political exile. Observations which have enriched those previously afforded by my educational activities in Brazil. I have encountered, both in training courses which analyze the role of conscientização, and in actual experimentation with a truly liberating education, the fear of freedom discussed in the first chapter of this book. Not infrequently, training course participants call attention to the danger of conscientizata in a way that reveals their own fear of freedom. Conscientizatio. That's how I'll say it. Critical consciousness, they say, is anarchic. Others add that critical consciousness may lead to disorder. Some, however, confess, "Why deny it? I was afraid of freedom. I am no longer afraid." In one of these discussions, the group was debating whether the conscientizatio of men and women to a specific situation of injustice might not lead them to destructive fanaticism or to a sensation of total collapse of their world. In the midst of the argument, a person who previously had been a factory worker for many years spoke out. "Perhaps I am the only one here of working-class origin. I can't say that I've understood everything you've said just now, but I can say one thing. When I began this course, I was naive, and when I found out how naive I was, I started to get critical. But this discovery hasn't made me a fanatic, and I don't feel any collapse either." Now, the term conscientizatio refers to learning to perceive social, political, and economic contradictions and to take action against the oppressive elements of reality. See Chapter 3, Translator's Note. Doubt regarding the possible effects of conscientizatio implies a premise which the doubter does not always make explicit. It is better for the victims of injustice not to recognize themselves as such. In fact, however, conscientizatio does not lead people to destructive fanaticism. I'll say like "ow" instead of "ao." On the contrary, by making it possible for people to enter the historical process as responsible subjects, conscientizatio enrolls them in the search for self-affirmation and thus avoids fanaticism. The awakening of critical consciousness leads the way to the expression of social discontents, precisely because these discontents are real components of an oppressive situation. Fear of freedom, of which its possessor is not necessarily aware, makes him see ghosts. Such an individual is actually taking refuge in an attempt to achieve security, which he or she prefers to the risk of liberty. As Hegel testifies, it is solely by risking life that freedom is attained. The individual who has not staked his or her life may, no doubt, be recognized as a person, but he or she has not attained the truth of this recognition as an independent self-consciousness. Men and women rarely admit their fear of freedom openly, however, tending rather to camouflage it, sometimes unconsciously, by presenting themselves as defenders of freedom. They give their doubts and misgivings an air of profound sobriety, as befitting custodians of freedom. But they confuse freedom with the maintenance of the status quo, so that if conscientizatio or zictao threatens to place that status quo in question, it thereby seems to constitute a threat to freedom itself. Thought and study alone did not produce pedagogy of the oppressed. It is rooted in concrete situations and describes the reactions of laborers, peasant or urban, and of middle-class persons whom I have observed directly or indirectly during the course of my educative work. Continued observation will afford me an opportunity to modify or to corroborate in later studies the points proposed in this introductory work. This volume will probably arouse negative reactions in a number of readers. Some will regard my position vis-a-vis the problem of human liberation as purely idealistic, or may even consider discussion of ontological vocation, love, dialogue, hope, humility, and sympathy as so much reactionary blah. Others will not, or will not wish to, accept my denunciation of a state of oppression that gratifies the oppressors. Accordingly, this admittedly tentative work is for radicals. I am certain that Christians and Marxists, though they may disagree with me in part or in whole, will continue reading to the end. He says Christians, and by that he means not the, this was written in the, 1965, I don't know, 70s, 60s or 70s, not talking about the American evangelical Christian. Those ones have probably never cracked open a book in their life, let alone the good book or whatever. Okay. Though they may disagree with me in part or in whole, will continue reading to the end. But the reader who dogmatically assumes closed, irrational positions will reject the dialogue I hope this book will open. Sectarianism, fed by fanaticism, is always castrating. Radicalization, nourished by a critical spirit, is always creative. Sectarianism mythicizes and thereby alienates. Radicalization criticizes and thereby liberates. Radicalization involves increased commitment to the position one has chosen, and thus ever greater engagement in the efforts to transform concrete objective reality. Conversely, sectarianism, because it is mythicizing and irrational, turns reality into a false and therefore unchangeable reality. Sectarianism sectarianism in any quarter is an obstacle to the emancipation of mankind. The rightist version thereof does not always, unfortunately, call forth its natural counterpart, radicalization of the revolutionary. Not infrequently, revolutionaries themselves become reactionary by falling into sectarianism in the process of responding to the sectarianism of the right. This possibility, however, should not lead the radical to become a docile pawn of the elites. Engaged in the process of liberation, he or she cannot remain passive in the face of the oppressor's violence. On the other hand, the radical is never a subjectivist. For this individual, the subjective aspect exists only in relation to the objective aspect, the concrete reality which is the object of analysis. Subjectivity and objectivity thus join in a dialectical unity, producing knowledge in solidarity with action, and vice versa. Action produced in solidarity with knowledge, yeah. For his or her part, the sectarian of whatever persuasion, blinded by irrationality, does not or cannot perceive the dynamic of reality, or else misinterprets it. Should this person think dialectically, it is with a domesticated dialectic. The rightist sectarian, whom I have previously termed a born sectarian, wants to slow down the historical process, to domesticate time, and thus to domesticate men and women. The leftist-turned sectarian goes totally astray when he or she attempts to interpret reality and history dialectically, and falls into essentially fatalistic positions. I'm going to look up fatalistic once more. Relating to or characteristic of the belief that all events are predetermined and therefore inevitable. Oh, right there. Okay. The rightist sectarian differs from his or her leftist counterpart in that the former attempts to domesticate the present so that he or she hopes the future will reproduce this domesticated present, while the latter considers the future pre-established, a kind of inevitable fate, fortune, or destiny. For the Holy Communist Revolution? No. For the rightist sectarian, today, linked to the past, is something given and immutable. For the leftist sectarian, tomorrow is decreed beforehand, is inexorably preordained. This rightist and this leftist are both reactionary because, starting from their respectively false views of history, both develop forms of action that negate freedom. The fact that one person imagines a well-behaved present and the other a predetermined future does not mean that they therefore fold their arms and become spectators. The former expecting that the present will continue, the latter waiting for the already known future to come to pass. On the contrary, closing themselves into circles of certainty from which they cannot escape, these individuals make their own truth. It is not the truth of men and women who struggle to build the future, running the risks involved in this very construction. Nor is it the truth of men and women who fight side by side and learn together how to build this future, which is not something given to be received by people, but is rather something to be created by them. Both types of sectarian, treating history in an equally proprietary fashion, end up without the people, which is another way of being against them. Whereas the rightist sectarian, closing himself in his truth, does no more than fulfill a natural role. The leftist who becomes sectarian and rigid negates his or her very nature. Each, however, as he revolves around his truth, feels threatened if that truth is questioned. Thus, each considers anything that is not his truth a lie. As the journalist Marcio Moreira Alves once told me, they both suffer from an absence of doubt. Yeah. Always be doubting, or whatever they say, crunch. Always be looking up that thing you just said on Google and be like, oops, sorry guys, I just said something really dumb. No. The radical, committed to human liberation, does not become the prisoner of a circle of certainty within which reality is also imprisoned. On the contrary, the more radical the person is, the more fully he or she enters into reality, so that, knowing it better, he or she can better transform it. This individual is not afraid to confront, to listen, to see the world unveiled. This person is not afraid to meet the people or enter into dialogue with them. Oh my God. Footnote. I haven't been reading the footnotes, but I guess I'll read one. Number 6. As long as theoretical knowledge remains the privilege of a handful of academicians in the party, the latter will face the danger of going astray. Rosa Luxemburg. Reform or revolution? Okay. This person does not consider himself or herself the proprietor of history or of all people, or the liberator of the oppressed, but he or she does commit himself or herself within history to fight at their side. The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, the introductory outlines of which are presented in the following pages, is a task for radicals. It cannot be carried out by sectarians. I will be satisfied if among the readers of this work there are those sufficiently critical to correct mistakes and misunderstandings, to deepen affirmations, and to point out aspects I have not perceived. It is possible that some may question my right to discuss revolutionary cultural action, a subject of which I have no concrete experience. The fact that I have not personally participated in revolutionary action, however, does not negate the possibility of my reflecting on this theme. Furthermore, in my experience as an educator with the people, using a dialogical and problem-posing education, I have accumulated a comparative wealth of material that challenged me to run the risk of making the affirmations contained in this work. On these pages, I hope at least the following will endure: my trust in the people and my faith in men and women, and in the creation of a world in which it will be easier to love. Here I would like to express my gratitude to Elsa, my wife, and a first reader, for the understanding and encouragement she has shown my work, which belongs to her as well. I would also like to extend my thanks to a group of friends for their comments on my manuscript. At the risk of omitting some names, I must mention Joao da Veiga Coutinho, Richard Shaw, Jim Lamb, Myra and Jovelino Ramos, Paulo de Tarso, Almino Afonso, Plinio Sampaio, Hernani Maria Fiore, Marcela Cajaro, Jose Luis Fiore, and Joao Zaccariotti. The responsibility for the affirmations made herein is, of course, mine alone. Paulo Friere. Title drop: Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Chapter 1. Oh, no titles for the chapters? Okay. I am very thirstable today. I'm gonna grab some more liquid in a moment. I made up this title for the chapter right now. Okay. Ugh. Don't forget to drink your milk. Okay. Chapter Chapter 1. While the problem of humanization has always, from an axiological point of view, been humankind's central problem, it now takes on the character of an inescapable concern. Oh my god, big footnote. I guess I can read it. Hmm. Current movements of rebellion, especially those of youth, while they necessarily reflect the peculiarities of the respective settings, manifest in their essence this preoccupation with people as beings in the world and with the world, preoccupation with what and how they are being. As they place consumer civilization in judgment, denounce bureaucracies of all type, demands the transformation of the universities, changing the rigid nature of the teacher-student relationship, and placing that relationship within the context of reality, propose the transformation of reality itself so that universities can be renewed, attack old orders and established institutions in the attempt to affirm human beings as the subjects of decision. All these movements reflect the style of rage, which is more anthropological than anthropocentric. I don't even know what that... Anthropocentric, regarding humankind as the most important element of existence. Anthropological. Anthropological just means anthropology, study of humankind. Sure. Okay. That takes on the character of an inescapable concern. Concern for humanization leads at once to the recognition of dehumanization, not only as an ontological possibility, but as a historical reality. And as an individual perceives the extent of dehumanization, he or she may ask if humanization is a viable possibility. Within history and concrete objective contexts, both humanization and dehumanization are possibilities for a person as an uncompleted being conscious of their incompletion. But while both humanization and dehumanization are real alternatives, only the first is the people's vocation. This vocation is constantly negated, yet it is affirmed by that very negation. It is thwarted by injustice, exploitation, oppression, and the violence of the oppressors. It is affirmed by the yearning of the oppressed for freedom and justice, and by their struggle to recover their lost humanity. Dehumanization, which marks not only those whose humanity has been stolen, but also, though in a different way, those who have stolen it, is a distortion of the vocation of becoming more fully human. This distortion occurs within history, but it is not a historical vocation. Indeed, to admit of dehumanization as a historical vocation would lead either to cynicism or total despair. The struggle for humanization, for the emancipation of labor, for the overcoming of alienation, for the affirmation of men and women as persons, would be meaningless. This struggle is possible only because dehumanization, although a concrete historical fact, is not a given destiny, but the result of an unjust order that engenders violence in the oppressors, which in turn dehumanizes the oppressed. Excuse me. Because it is a distortion of being more fully human, sooner or later, being less human leads the oppressed to struggle against those who made them so. In order for this struggle to have meaning, the oppressed must not, in seeking to regain their humanity, which is a way to create it, become in turn oppressors of the oppressors, but rather restorers of the humanity of both. This, then, is the great humanistic and historical task of the oppressed, to liberate themselves and their oppressors as well. The oppressors, who oppress, exploit, and rape by virtue of their power, cannot find in this power the strength to liberate either the oppressed or themselves. The only power that springs from the weakness of the oppressed will be sufficiently strong to free both. Any attempt to soften the power of the oppressor, in deference to the weakness of the oppressed, almost always manifests itself in the form of false generosity. Indeed, the attempt never goes beyond this. In order to have the continued opportunity to express their generosity, the oppressors must perpetuate injustice as well. An unjust social order is the permanent fount of this generosity, which is nourished by death, despair, and poverty. That is why the dispensers of false generosity become desperate at the slightest threat to its source. True generosity consists precisely in fighting to destroy the causes which nourish false charity. False charity constrains the fearful and subdued, the rejects of life, to extend their trembling hands. True generosity lies in striving so that these hands, whether of individuals or entire peoples, need be extended less and less in supplication. It's like the poor person on his knees or whatever. So that more and more they become human hands which work, and working transform the world. This lesson and this apprenticeship must come, however, from the oppressed themselves, and from those who are truly solidary with them. As individuals or as peoples, by fighting for the restoration of their humanity, they will be attempting the restoration of true generosity. Who are better prepared than the oppressed to understand the terrible significance of an oppressive society? Who suffer the effects of oppression more than the oppressed? Who can better understand the necessity of liberation? They will not gain this liberation by chance, but through the praxis and the action of their quest for it, through their recognition of the necessity to fight for it. And this fight, because of the purpose given it by the oppressed, will actually constitute an act of love. And this fight, because of the purpose given it by the oppressed, will actually constitute an act of love, opposing the lovelessness which lies at the heart of the oppressor's violence, lovelessness even when clothed in false generosity. But almost always, during the initial stage of the struggle, the oppressed, instead of striving for liberation, tend themselves to become oppressors, or sub-oppressors. The very structure of their thought has been conditioned by the contradictions of the concrete, existential situation by which they were shaped. Their ideal is to be men, but for them, to be men is to be oppressors. This is their model of humanity. This phenomenon derives from the fact that the oppressed, at a certain moment of their existential experience, adopt an attitude of adhesion to the oppressor. Under these circumstances, they cannot consider him sufficiently clearly to objectivize him, to discover him outside themselves. This does not necessarily mean that the oppressed are unaware that they are downtrodden, but their perception of themselves as oppressed is impaired by their submersion in the reality of oppression. At this level, their perception of themselves as opposites of the oppressor does not yet signify engagement in a struggle to overcome the contradiction. The one pole aspires not to liberation, but to identification with its opposite pole. In this situation, the oppressed do not see the new man as the person to be born from the resolution of this contradiction, as oppression gives way to liberation. For them, the new man or woman themselves become oppressors. Their vision of the new man or woman is individualistic. Because of their identification with the oppressor, they have no consciousness of themselves as persons or as members of an oppressed class. It is not to become free that they want agrarian reform, but in order to acquire land and thus become landowners, or more precisely, bosses over other workers. It is a rare peasant who, once promoted to overseer, does not become more of a tyrant toward his former comrades than the owner himself. This is because the context of the peasant's situation, that is, oppression, remains unchanged. In this example, the overseer, in order to make sure of his job, must be as tough as the owner, and more so. Thus is illustrated our previous assertion that during the initial stage of their struggle, the oppressed find in the oppressor their model of manhood. Even revolution, which transforms a concrete situation of oppression by establishing the process of liberation, must confront this phenomenon. Many of the oppressed, who directly or indirectly participate in revolution, intend, conditioned by the myths of the old order, to make it their private revolution. The shadow of their former oppressor is still cast over them. The fear of freedom which afflicts the oppressed, a fear which may equally well lead them to desire the role of oppressor or bind them to the role of oppressed, should be examined. One of the basic elements of the relationship between oppressor and oppressed is prescription. To prescribe a thing to a thing, not pills. Every prescription represents the imposition of one individual's choice upon another, transforming the consciousness of the person prescribed to into one that conforms with the prescriber's consciousness. Thus, the behavior of the oppressed is a prescribed behavior, following as it does the guidelines of the oppressor. I gotta take a sip. I'm trying to read a little more confidently and loudly, but I don't have to worry about my throat being all less vocal fry. The oppressed, having internalized the image of the oppressor and adopted his guidelines, are fearful of freedom. Freedom would require them to eject this image and replace it with autonomy and responsibility. Freedom is acquired by conquest, not by gift. It must be pursued constantly and responsibly. Freedom is not an ideal located outside of man, nor is it an idea which becomes myth. It is rather the indispensable condition for the quest for human completion. To surmount the situation of oppression, people must first critically recognize its causes, so that through transforming action they can create a new situation, one which makes possible the pursuit of a fuller humanity. But the struggle to be more fully human has already begun in the authentic struggle to transform the situation. Although the situation of oppression is a dehumanized and dehumanizing totality, affecting both the oppressors and those whom they oppress, it is the latter who must, from their stifled humanity, wage for both the struggle for a fuller humanity. The oppressor, who is himself dehumanized because he dehumanizes others, is unable to lead this struggle. Whatever. Wage for both the struggle for a fuller humanity. A wage for both. Okay. I read that with some funky emphasis. However, the oppressed, who have adapted to the structure of domination in which they are immersed, and have become resigned to it, are inhibited from waging the struggle for freedom, so long as they feel incapable of running the risks it requires. Moreover, their struggle for freedom threatens not only the oppressor, but also their own oppressed comrades who are fearful of still greater repression. When they discover within themselves the yearning to be free, they perceive that this yearning can be transformed into reality only when the same yearning is aroused in their comrades. But while dominated by the fear of freedom, they refuse to appeal to others, or to listen to the appeals of others, or even to the appeals of their own consciousness. They prefer gregariousness. I looked that up, that means friendliness. Prefer gregariousness to authentic comradeship. They prefer the security of conformity with their state of unfreedom to the creative communion produced by freedom and even the very pursuit of freedom. The oppressed suffers from the duality which has established itself in their innermost being. They discover that without freedom they cannot exist authentically. Yet, although they desire authentic existence, they fear it. They are at one and the same time themselves and the oppressor whose consciousness they have internalized. The conflict lies in the choice between being wholly themselves or being divided, between ejecting the oppressor within or not ejecting them. There's a tiny little oppressor inside your brain, oh my god. Sorry. Between human solidarity or alienation, between following prescriptions or having choices, between being spectators or actors, between acting or having the illusion of acting through the action of the oppressors, between speaking out or being silent, castrated in their power to create and recreate, in their power to transform the world. This is the tragic dilemma of the oppressed, which their education must take into account. This book will present some aspects of what the writer has termed the pedagogy of the oppressed, a pedagogy which must be forged with, not for, the oppressed, whether individuals or peoples, in the incessant struggle to regain their humanity. This pedagogy makes oppression and its causes objects of reflection by the oppressed, and from that reflection will come their necessary engagement in the struggle for their liberation. And in the struggle, this pedagogy will be made and remade. The central problem is this: how can the oppressed, as divided, unauthentic beings, participate in developing the pedagogy of their liberation? Only as they discover themselves to be hosts of the oppressor Can they contribute to the midwifery, birthing, can they contribute to the midwifery of their liberating pedagogy? As long as they live in the duality in which to be is to be like, and to be like is to be like the oppressor, this contribution is impossible. The pedagogy of the oppressed is an instrument for their critical discovery that both they and their oppressors are manifestations of dehumanization. Liberation is thus a childbirth, and a painful one. The man who or woman who emerges is a new person, viable only as the oppressor-oppressed contradiction is superseded by the humanization of all people. Or to put it another way, the solution of this contradiction is born in the labor which brings into the world this new being, no longer oppressor nor longer oppressed, but human in the process of achieving freedom. This solution cannot be achieved in idealistic terms. In order for the oppressed to be able to wage the struggle for their liberation, they must perceive the reality of oppression not as a closed world from which there is no exit, but as a limiting situation which they can transform. This perception is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for liberation. It must become the motivating force for liberating action. Nor does the discovery by the oppressed that they exist in dialectical nor does the discovery by the oppressed that they exist in dialectical relationship to the oppressor as his antithesis, that without them the oppressor could not exist, in itself constitute liberation. Excuse me. The oppressed can overcome their contradiction in which they are caught only when this perception enlists them in the struggle to free themselves. The same is true with respect to the individual oppressor as a person. Discovering himself to be an oppressor may cause considerable anguish, but it does not necessarily lead to solidarity with the oppressed. Rationalizing his guilt through paternalistic treatment of the oppressed, all while holding them fast in a position of dependence, will not do. Solidarity requires that one enter into the situation of those with whom one is solidarity. It is a radical posture. If what characterizes the oppressed is their subordination to the consciousness of the master, as Hegel affirms, true solidarity with the oppressed means fighting at their side to transform the objective reality which has made them these beings for another. The oppressor is solidarity with the oppressed only when he stops regarding the oppressed as an abstract category and sees them as persons who have been unjustly dealt with, deprived of their voice, cheated in the sale of their labor. When he stops making pious, sentimental, and individualistic gestures and risks an act of love. True solidarity is found only in the plenitude of this act of love, in its existentiality, in its praxis. To affirm that men and women are persons, and as persons should be free, and yet to do nothing tangible to make this affirmation a reality, is a farce. Since it is a concrete situation that the oppressor-oppressed contradiction is established, the resolution of this contradiction must be objectively verifiable. Hence, the radical requirement, both for the individual who discovers himself or herself to be an oppressor, and for the oppressed, the radical requirement, that the concrete situation which begets oppression must be transformed. To present this radical demand for the objective transformation of reality, to combat subjectivist immobility which would divert the recognition of oppression into patient waiting for oppression to disappear by itself, is not to dismiss the role of subjectivity in the struggle to change structures. On the contrary, one cannot conceive of objectivity without subjectivity. Neither can exist without the other, nor can they be dichotomized. Dichotomy, that's like organization or whatever, right? Dichotomy of a fish. A division or contrast between two things that are or are represented as being opposed or entirely different. Oh, okay. Okay, they can't exist without the other, and they can't be, like, separated as, oh, they're A and B. Yeah. Okay, the separation of objectivity from subjectivity, the denial of the latter when analyzing reality or acting upon it, is objectivism. On the other hand, the denial of objectivity in analysis or action, resulting in a subjectivism which leads to solipsistic positions, Solipsistic. So focused on their own wants and needs that they don't think about other people at all. Crunch. That's what Google said. The philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist, resulting in a subjectivism which leads to solipsistic positions, denies action itself by denying objective reality. Neither objectivism nor subjectivism, nor yet psychologism is propounded here, but rather subjectivity and objectivity in constant dialectical relationship. To deny the importance of subjectivity in the process of transforming the world and history is naive and simplistic. It is to admit the impossible, a world without people. This objectivistic position is as ingenuous as that of subjectivism, which postulates people without a world. World and human beings do not exist apart from each other. They exist in constant interaction. Marx does not espouse such a dichotomy, nor does any other critical, realistic thinker. What Marx criticized and scientifically destroyed was not subjectivity, but subjectivism and psychologism. Just as objective social reality exists not by chance, but as the product of human action, so it is not transformed by chance. If humankind produce social reality, which in the inversion of the praxis turns back upon them and conditions them, then transforming that reality is a historical task, a task for humanity. Reality which becomes oppressive results in a contradistinction of men as oppressors and oppressed. The latter, whose task it is to struggle for their liberation together with those who show true solidarity, must acquire a critical awareness of oppression through the praxis of this struggle. One of the gravest obstacles to the achievement of liberation is that oppressive reality absorbs those within it and thereby acts to submerge human beings' consciousness. Let's see, I'm going to read this footnote just because. Footnote 6, human beings as consciousness, submerged bubble. Liberating action necessarily involves a moment of perception and volition. This action both precedes and follows that moment, to which it first acts as a prologue and which it subsequently serves to affect and continue within history. The action of domination, however, does not necessarily imply this dimension, for the structure of domination is maintained by its own mechanical and unconscious functionality. From an unpublished work by José Luis Friere. Okay, we're right here. Functionally, oppression is domesticating. To no longer be prey to its force, one must emerge from it and turn upon it. This can be done only by means of the praxis, reflection and action upon the world in order to transform it. Oh my god, they defined it. Is this not translated? I'm not going to bother trying to read that. Making real oppression more oppressive still by adding to it the realization of oppression corresponds to the dialectical relation between the subjective and the objective. Only in this interdependence is an authentic praxis possible, without which it is impossible to resolve the oppressor-oppressed contradiction. To achieve this goal, the oppressed must confront reality critically, simultaneously objectifying and acting upon that reality. A mere perception of reality, not followed by this critical intervention, will not lead to a transformation of objective reality, precisely because it is not a true perception. This is the case of a purely subjectivist perception by someone who forsakes objective reality and creates a false substitute. I'm going to go to another untranslated quote. A different type of false perception occurs when a change in objective reality would threaten the individual or class interests of the perceiver. In the first instance, there is no critical intervention in reality because that reality is fictitious. There is none in the second instance because intervention would contradict the class interests of the perceiver. In the latter case, the tendency of the perceiver is to behave neurotically. The fact exists, but both the fact and what may result from it may be prejudicial to the person. Thus, it becomes necessary not precisely to deny the fact, but to see it differently. This rationalization as a defense mechanism coincides in the end with subjectivism. A fact which is not denied, but whose truths are rationalized, loses its objective base. It ceases to be concrete and becomes a myth created in defense of the class of the perceiver. Herein lies one of the reasons for the prohibitions and the difficulties to be discussed at length in Chapter 4, designed to dissuade the people from critical intervention in reality. The oppressor knows full well that this intervention would not be to his interest. What is to his interest is for the people to continue in a state of submersion, impotent in the face of oppressive reality. Of relevance here is Lukács' warning to the Revolutionary Party. Meow. Something. François Le Baguette. Il doit pour employer les mots de Marx expliquer I'm not even gonna bother. Something action on something continue this experience revolutionaries du proletariat. Something active consumer In affirming this necessity, Lukács is unquestionably posing the problem of critical intervention. Oh, my throat's itchy. Ah. In affirming this necessity, Lukács is unquestionably posing the problem of critical intervention. To explain to the masses their own action is to clarify and illuminate that action, both regarding its relationship to the objective facts by which it was prompted, and regarding its purposes. The more the people unveil this challenging reality, which is to be the object of their transforming action, the more critically they enter that reality. In this way, they are consciously activating the subsequent development of their experiences. There would be no human action if there were no objective reality, no worlds to be the not I of the person and to challenge them, just as there would be no human action if humankind were not a project, if he or she were not able to transcend himself or herself, if one were not able to perceive reality and understand it in order to transform it. In dialectical thought, world and action are intimately interdependent, but action is human only when it is not merely an occupation, but also a preoccupation, that is, when it is not dichotomized from reflection. Reflection, which is essential to action, is implicit in Lukács' requirement of explaining to the masses their own action, just as it is implicit in the purpose he attributes to this explanation, that of consciously activating the subsequent development of experience. For us, however, the requirement is seen not in terms of explaining to, but rather dialoguing with the people about their actions. In any event, no reality transforms itself, and the duty which Lukács ascribes to the Revolutionary Party of explaining to the masses their own action coincides with our affirmation of the need for the critical intervention of the people in reality through the praxis. The pedagogy of the oppressed, which is the pedagogy of people engaged in the fight for their own liberation, has its roots here. Oh, let me read the footnote here. No reality transforms itself. The materialist doctrine that men are products of circumstances and upbringing, and that therefore changed men are products of other circumstances and changed upbringing, forgets that it is men that change circumstances, and that the educator himself needs educating. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels' selected works. Let's see. The pedagogy of the oppressed, which is the pedagogy of people engaged in the fight for their own liberation, has its roots here. And those who recognize or begin to recognize themselves as oppressed must be among the developers of this pedagogy. No pedagogy which is truly liberating can remain distant from the oppressed by treating. No pedagogy which is truly liberating can remain distant from the oppressed by treating them as unfortunates and by presenting for their emulation models from among the oppressors. Excuse me. The oppressors must be their own example in the struggle for their redemption. The pedagogy of the oppressed, animated by authentic humanist, not humanitarian generosity, presents itself as a pedagogy of humankind. Pedagogy which begins with the egoistic interests of the oppressors an egoism cloaked in the false generosity of paternalism, and makes of the oppressed the objects of its humanitarianism, itself maintains and embodies oppression. It is an instrument of dehumanization. This is why, as we affirmed earlier, the pedagogy of the oppressed cannot be developed or practiced by the oppressors. It would be a contradiction in terms if the oppressors not only defended, but actually implemented a liberating education. But if the implementation of a liberating education requires political power and the oppressed have none, how then is it possible to carry out the pedagogy of the oppressed prior to the revolution? This is a question of the greatest importance, the reply to which is at least tentatively outlined in Chapter 4. One aspect of the reply is to be found in the distinction between systematic education, which can only be changed by political power, and educational projects, which should be carried out with the oppressed in the process of organizing them. The pedagogy of the oppressed as a humanist and libertarian. Hold on, let me look at the difference between humanist versus humanitarian. Humanitarianism is concerned with the welfare of others, respect for one another. Humanism is a wide philosophy that values compassion, empathy. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably, well, the definitions, I guess, are going to be kind of similar, but the book is probably talking about, like, humanitarian projects, blah, blah, blah. Red Cross, first, was it sending aid to someone's... I had to go to... I disappeared myself into the bathroom for a moment. The pedagogy of the oppressed as a humanist and libertarian pedagogy. That's like actual liberty. No. Not the type of libertarian you're thinking of. Like libertarian socialist. I guess. Comes from the word liberty, and then they turned it into piss-ass shit. The pedagogy of the oppressed as a humanist and libertarian pedagogy has two distinct stages. In the first, the oppressed unveil the world of oppression, and through the praxis, commit themselves to its transformation. In the second stage, in which the reality of oppression has already been transformed, this pedagogy ceases to belong to the oppressed and becomes a pedagogy of all people in the process of permanent liberation. In both stages, it is always through action in depth that the culture of domination is culturally confronted. In the first stage, this confrontation occurs through the change in the way the oppressed perceive the world of oppression, In the second stage, through the expulsion of the myths created and developed in the old order, which like specters haunt the new structure emerging from the revolutionary transformation. The pedagogy of the first stage must deal with the problem of the oppressed consciousness and the oppressor consciousness, the problem of men and women who oppress and men and women who suffer oppression. It must take into account their behavior, their view of the world and their ethics. A particular problem is the duality of the oppressed. They are contradictory, divided beings, shaped by and existing in a concrete situation of oppression and violence. Any situation in which A objectively exploits B, or hinders his and her pursuit of self-affirmation as a responsible person, is one of oppression. Such a situation in itself constitutes violence, even when sweetened by false generosity, because it interferes with the individual's ontological and historical vocation to be more fully human. With the establishment of a relationship of oppression, violence has already begun. Never in history has violence been initiated by the oppressed. How could they be the initiators if they themselves are the result of violence? How could they be the sponsors of something whose objective inauguration called forth their existence as oppressed? There would be no oppressed had there been no prior situation of violence to establish their subjugation. Violence is initiated by those who oppress, who exploit, who fail to recognize others as persons, not by those who are oppressed, exploited, and unrecognized. It is not the unloved who initiate disaffection, but those who cannot love because they love only themselves. It is not the helpless, subject to terror, who initiate terror, but the violent, who with their power create the concrete situation which begets the rejects of life. It is not the tyrannized who initiate despotism, but the tyrants. It is not the despised who initiate hatred, but those who despise. It is not those whose humanity is denied. It is not those whose humanity is denied them who negate humankind, but those who denied that humanity, thus negating their own as well. Force is used not by those who have become weak under the preponderance of the strong, but by the strong who have emasculated them. For the oppressors, however, it is always the oppressed, whom they obviously never call the oppressed, but, depending on whether they are fellow countrymen or not, those people, or the blind and envious masses, or savages, or natives, or subversives. See? For the oppressors, however, it is always the oppressed, whom who are disaffected, who are violent, barbaric, wicked, or ferocious, when they react to the violence of the oppressors. Yet it is, paradoxical though it may seem, precisely in the response of the oppressed to the violence of their oppressors that a gesture of love may be found. Consciously or unconsciously, the act of rebellion by the oppressed, an act which is always, or nearly always, as violent as the initial violence of the oppressors, can initiate love. Whereas the violence of the oppressors prevents the oppressed from being fully human, the response of the latter to this violence... Whereas the violence of the oppressors prevents the oppressed from being fully human, the response of the latter, the oppressed, to this violence is grounded in the desire to pursue the right to be human. As the oppressors dehumanize others and violate their rights, they themselves also become dehumanized. As the oppressed, fighting to be human, take away the oppressor's power to dominate and suppress, they restore to the oppressors the humanity they had lost in the exercise of oppression. It is only the oppressed who, by freeing themselves, can free their oppressors. The latter, as an oppressive class, can free neither others nor themselves. It is therefore essential that the oppressed wage the struggle to resolve the contradiction in which they are caught, and the contradiction will be resolved by the appearance of the new man, neither oppressor nor oppressed, but man in the process of liberation. If the goal of the oppressed is to become fully human, they will not achieve their goal by merely reversing the terms of the contradiction, by simply changing poles. This may seem simplistic. It is not. Resolution of the oppressor-oppressed contradiction indeed implies the disappearance of the oppressors as a dominant class. However, the restraints imposed by the former However, the restraints imposed by the former the restraints imposed by the former oppressed on their oppressors, so that the latter cannot reassume their former position, do not constitute oppression. An act is oppressive only when it prevents people from being more fully human. Accordingly, these necessary restraints do not in themselves signify that yesterday's oppressed have become today's oppressors. Acts which prevent the restoration of the oppressive regime cannot be compared with those who create and maintain it, cannot be compared with those by which a few men and women deny the majority their right to be human. However, the moment the new regime hardens into a dominating bureaucracy, the humanist dimension of the struggle is lost, and it is no longer possible to speak of liberation. Hence our insistence that the authentic solution of the oppressor-oppressed contradiction does not lie in a mere reversal of position, in moving from one pole to the other, nor does it lie in the replacement of the former oppressors with new ones who continue to subjugate the oppressed, all in the name of their liberation. When you swap out the Spanish in the Philippines with the American? No, who owned who colonized the Philippines before? Spain, yeah. Okay. But even when the contradiction is resolved authentically by a new situation established by the liberated laborers, the former oppressors do not feel liberated. On the contrary, they genuinely consider themselves to be oppressed. Conditioned by the experience of oppressing others, any situation other than their former seems to them like oppression. Formerly, they could eat, dress, wear shoes, be educated, travel, and hear Beethoven, while millions did not eat, had no clothes or shoes, neither studied nor traveled, much less listened to Beethoven. Any restriction on this way of life, in the name of the rights of the community, appears to the former oppressors as a profound violation of their individual rights, although they had no respect for the millions who suffered and died of hunger, pain, sorrow, and despair. For the oppressors, human beings refers only to themselves. Other people are things. For the oppressors, there exists only one right, the right to live in peace, over against the right, not always even recognized, but simply conceded, of the oppressed to survival. And they make this concession only because the existence of the oppressed is necessary to their own existence. This behavior, this way of understanding the world and people, which necessarily makes the oppressors resist the installation of a new regime, is explained by their experience as a dominant class. Once a situation of violence and oppression has been established, it engenders an entire way of life and behavior for those caught up in it, oppressors and oppressed alike. Both are submerged in this situation, and both bear the marks of oppression. Analysis of existential situations of oppression reveals that their inception lay in an act of violence, initiated by those with power. This violence, as a process, is perpetuated from generation to generation of oppressors, who become its heirs and are shaped in its climate. This climate creates in the oppressor a strongly possessive consciousness, possessive of the world and of men and women. Apart from direct, concrete, material possession of the world and of people, the oppressor consciousness could not understand itself, could not even exist. Fromm said of this consciousness that, without such possession, quote, it would lose contact with the world. The oppressor consciousness tends to transform everything surrounding it into an object of its domination. The earth, property, production, the creations of people themselves, time, everything is reduced to the status of objects at its disposal. Something, time is money, clocks you out with this ultra laser. Sun is a giant laser. In their unrestrained eagerness to possess, the oppressors develop the conviction that it is possible for them to transform everything into objects of their purchasing power, hence their strictly materialistic concept of existence. Money is the measure of all things, and profit the primary goal. For the oppressors, what is worthwhile is to have more, always more, even at the cost of the oppressed having less or having nothing. For them, to be is to have, and to be the class of the haves. Oh, that's right. This is going to be blocking some of the text now. Okay, I won't scroll it down too far. As beneficiaries of a situation of oppression, the oppressors cannot perceive that if having is a condition of being, it is a necessary condition for all women and men. That is why their generosity is false. Humanity is a thing, and they possess it as an exclusive right, as inherited property. To the oppressor consciousness, the humanization of the others, of the people, appears not as the pursuit of full humanity, but as subversion. The oppressors do not perceive their monopoly on having more as a privilege which dehumanizes others and themselves. They cannot see that, in the egoistic pursuit of having as a possessing class, they suffocate in their own possessions and no longer are. They merely have. For them, having more is an inalienable right, a right they acquired through their own effort, with their courage to take risks. If others do not have more, it is because they are incompetent and lazy, and worst of all is their unjustifiable ingratitude towards the generous gestures of the dominant class. Precisely because they are ungrateful and envious, the oppressed are regarded as potential enemies who must be watched. It could not be otherwise. If the humanization of the oppressed signifies subversion, so also does their freedom, hence the necessity for constant control. And the more the oppressors control the oppressed, the more they change them into apparently inanimate things. This tendency of the oppressor consciousness to inanimate everything and everyone it encounters, and its eagerness to possess, unquestionably corresponds with a tendency to sadism. The pleasure in complete domination over another person or other animate creature is the very essence of the sadistic drive. Another way of formulating the same thought is to say that the aim of sadism is to transform a man into a thing, something animate into something inanimate, since by complete and absolute control, the living loses one essential quality of life, freedom. Sadistic love is a perverted love, love of death, not of life. One of the characteristics of the oppressor consciousness and its necrophilic view of the world is thus sadism. As the oppressor consciousness, in order to dominate, tries to deter the drive to search, the restlessness, and the creative power which characterize life, it kills life. More and more, the oppressors are using science and technology as unquestionably powerful instruments for their purpose, the maintenance of the oppressive order through manipulation and repression. The oppressed, as objects, as things, have no purposes except those that our oppressors prescribe for them. Given the preceding context, another issue of indubitable importance arises: the fact that certain members of the oppressor class join the oppressed in their struggle for liberation, thus moving from one pole of the contradiction to the other. Theirs is a fundamental role, and has been so throughout the history of this struggle. It happens, however, that as they cease to be exploiters or indifferent spectators, or simply the heirs of exploitation, and move to the side of the exploited, they almost always bring with them the marks of their origin, their prejudices and their deformations, which include a lack of confidence in the people's ability to think, to want, and to know. Accordingly, these adherents to the people's cause constantly run the risk of falling into a type of generosity as malefic as that of the oppressors. The generosity of the oppressors is nourished by an unjust order, which must be maintained in order to justify that generosity. Our converts, on the other hand, truly desire to transform the unjust order, but because of their background, they believe that they must be the executors of the transformation. They talk about the people, but they do not trust them, and trusting the people is the indispensable precondition for revolutionary change. Yeah. A real humanist can be identified more by his trust in the people, which engages him in their struggle, than by 1,000 actions in their favor without that trust. I'm gonna have to cut that one out and put it on Muddy's fridge. No, okay. Those who authentically commit themselves to the people must re-examine themselves constantly. This conversion is so radical as not to allow of ambiguous behavior. To affirm this commitment, but to consider oneself the proprietor of revolutionary wisdom, which must then be given to or imposed on the people, is to retain the old ways. The man or woman who proclaims devotion to the cause of liberation, yet is unable to enter into communion with the people, whom she or he continues to regard as totally ignorant, is is grievously self-deceived. The convert who approaches the people but feels alarm at every step they take, each doubt they express, and each suggestion they offer, and attempts to impose his status, remains nostalgic toward his origins. Conversion to the people requires a profound rebirth. Those who undergo it must take on a new form of existence. They can no longer remain as they were. Only through comradeship with the oppressed can the converts understand their characteristic ways of living and behaving, which in diverse moments reflect the structure of domination. One of these characteristics is the previously mentioned existential duality of the oppressed, who are at the same time themselves and the oppressor whose image they have internalized. Accordingly, until they concretely discover their oppressor and in turn their own consciousness, they nearly always express fatalistic attitudes toward their situation. The peasant begins to get courage to overcome his dependence when he realizes that he is dependent. Until then, he goes along with the boss and says, "What can I do? I'm only a peasant." Splat. When superficially analyzed, this fatalism is sometimes interpreted as a docility that is a trait of national character. Fatalism, in the guise of docility, docileness, is the fruit of a historical and sociological situation, not an essential characteristic of a people's behavior. It almost always is related to the power of destiny, or fate, or fortune, inevitable forces, or to a distorted view of God. Under the sway of magic and myth, the oppressed, especially the peasants who are almost submerged in nature, see their suffering, the fruit of exploitation, as the will of God, as if God were the creator of this organized disorder. Submerged in reality, the oppressed cannot perceive clearly the order which serves the interests of the oppressors, whose image they have internalized. Chafing under the restrictions of this order, they often manifest a type of horizontal violence, striking out at their own comrades for the pettiest reasons. Quote block. The colonized man will first manifest this aggressiveness which has been deposited in his bones against his own people. This is the period when the inwards beat each other up, and the police and magistrates do not know which way to turn when faced with the astonishing waves of crime in North Africa. While the settler or the policeman has the right the livelong day to strike the native, to insult him, and to make him crawl to them, you will see the native reaching for his knife at the slightest hostile or aggressive glance cast on him by another native, for the last resort of the native is to defend his personality vis-a-vis his brother. It's from Franz Fanon, Wretched of the Earth. In his quote blog, it is possible that in this behavior they are once more manifesting their duality, because the oppressor exists within their oppressed comrades. When they attack those comrades, they are indirectly attacking the oppressor as well. On the other hand, at a certain point in their existential experience, the oppressed feel an irresistible attraction toward the oppressors and their way of life. Sharing this way of life becomes an overpowering aspiration. In their alienation, the oppressed want at any cost to resemble the oppressors, to imitate them, to follow them. This phenomenon is especially prevalent in the middle-class oppressed, who yearn to be equal to the eminent men and women of the upper class. Albert Memmi, in an exceptional analysis of the colonized mentality, refers to the contempt he felt towards the colonizer, mixed with passionate attraction towards him. I guess that's a former oppressor, TM. Quote, "How could the colonizer look after his workers while periodically gunning down a crowd of colonized? How could the colonized deny himself so cruelly, yet make such excessive demands? How could he hate the colonizers and yet admire them so passionately? I too felt this admiration in spite of myself." Actually, okay, I guess not. No. Can I search? Nope. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. They're talking about the... This is the, yearning to be thing. Yeah. Self-depreciation is another characteristic of the oppressed, which derives from their internalization of the opinion the oppressors hold of them. So often do they hear that they are good for nothing, know nothing, and are incapable of learning anything, that they are sick, lazy, and unproductive, that in the end they become convinced of their own unfitness. The peasant feels inferior to the boss, because the boss seems to be the only one who knows things and is able to run things. They call themselves ignorant and say the professor is the one who has knowledge and to whom they should listen. The criteria of knowledge imposed upon them are the conventional ones. Why don't you, said a peasant participating in a culture circle, explain the pictures first? That way it'll take less time and won't give us a headache. Yeah. Almost never do they realize that they, too, know things they have learned in their relations with the world and with other women and men. Given the circumstances which have produced their duality, it is only natural that they distrust themselves. Not infrequently, peasants in educational projects begin to discuss a generative theme in a lively manner, then stop suddenly and say to the educator, "Excuse us, we ought to keep quiet and let you talk. You're the one who knows, we don't know anything." They often insist that there is no difference between them and the animals. When they do admit a difference, it favors the animals. They are freer than we are. Don't ask me why I'm doing like a British voice when I'm... whatever. It is striking, however, to observe how this self-depreciation changes with the first changes in the situation of oppression. I heard a peasant leader say in an asentamiento meeting, referring to a production unit of the Chilean agrarian reform experiment. In an asentamiento meeting, they used to say we were unproductive because we were lazy and drunkards. Oh, lies. Now that we're respected as men, we're going to show everyone that we were never drunkards or lazy. We were exploited. As long as their ambiguity persists, the oppressed are reluctant to resist and totally lack confidence in themselves. They have a diffuse magical belief in the invulnerability and power of the oppressor. The magical force of the landowner's power holds particular sway in the rural areas. A sociologist friend of mine tells of a group of armed peasants in a Latin American country who recently took over a latifundium. A large landed estate, Spain or Latin America, worked by peasants or slaves. For tactical reasons, they planned to hold the landowner as a hostage, but not one peasant had the courage to guard him. His very presence was terrifying. It is also possible that the act of opposing the boss provoked guilt feelings. In truth, the boss was inside them. Ooh. Living rent-free or whatever. The oppressed must see examples of the vulnerability of the oppressor, so that a contrary conviction can begin to grow within them. Until this occurs, they will continue disheartened, fearful, and beaten. As long as the oppressed remain unaware of the causes of their condition, they fatalistically accept their exploitation. Further, they are apt to react in a passive and alienated manner when confronted with the necessity to struggle for their freedom and self-affirmation. Little by little, however, they tend to try out forms of rebellious action. In working toward liberation, one must neither lose sight of this passivity, nor overlook the moment of awakening. Within their unauthentic view of the world and of themselves, the oppressed feel like things owned by the oppressor. For the latter, to be is to have, almost always at the expense of those who have nothing. For the oppressed, at a certain point in their existential experience, to be is not to resemble the oppressor, but to be under him, to depend on him. Accordingly, the oppressed are emotionally dependent. Quote block. The peasant is a dependent. He can't say what he wants. Before he discovers his dependence, he suffers. He lets off steam at home, where he shouts at his children, beats them, and despairs. He complains about his wife and thinks everything is dreadful. He doesn't let off steam with the boss, because he thinks the boss is a superior being. Lots of times, the peasant gives vent to his sorrows by drinking. End quote block. This total emotional dependence can lead the oppressed to what Fromm calls necrophilic behavior, the destruction of life, their own or that of their oppressed fellows. It is only when the oppressed find the oppressor out and become involved in the organized struggle for their liberation that they begin to believe in themselves. This discovery cannot be purely intellectual, but must involve action, nor can it be limited to mere activism, but must include serious reflection. Only then will it be a praxis. Critical and liberating dialogue, which... Yeah. Critical and liberating dialogue, which presupposes action, must be carried on with the oppressed at whatever the stage of their struggle for liberation. Oh, footnote. Not in the open, of course. That would only provoke the fury of the oppressor and lead to still greater repression. Let's see. The content of that dialogue can and should vary in accordance with historical conditions and the level at which the oppressed perceive reality. But to substitute monologue, slogans, and communiques for dialogue is to attempt to liberate the oppressed with the instruments of domestication. Attempting to liberate the oppressed without their reflective participation in the act of liberation is to treat them as objects which must be saved from a burning building. It is to lead them into the populist pitfall and transform them into masses which can be manipulated. At all... Yeah. This is probably... Yeah. Sounds like critiquing the ML playbook. Wow, this milk has gotten warm. Okay. At all stages of their liberation, the oppressed must see themselves as women... Or actually, maybe more like the average online one. Okay. At all stages of their liberation, the oppressed must see themselves as women and men engaged in the ontological and historical vocation of becoming more fully human. Reflection and action become imperative when one does not erroneously attempt to dichotomize the content of humanity from its historical forms. The insistence that the oppressed engage in reflection on their concrete situation is not a call to armchair revolution. On the contrary, reflection, true reflection, leads to action. On the other hand, when the situation calls for action, that action will constitute an authentic praxis only if its consequences become the object of critical reflection. In this sense, the praxis is the new raison d'etre of the oppressed, and the revolution, which inaugurates the historical moment of this raison d'etre, is not viable apart from their concomitant conscious involvement. Otherwise, action is pure activism. If I look up the word activism, it's just... I'm not gonna get whatever he's trying to say here. Whatever. Action without an end goal. Crunch. Okay. The big time end goal. To achieve this praxis, however, it is necessary to trust in the oppressed and in their ability to reason. Whoever lacks this trust will fail to initiate or will abandon dialogue, reflection, and communication, and will fall into using slogans, communiques, monologues, and instructions. Superficial conversions to the cause of liberation carry this danger. Political action on the side of the oppressed must be pedagogical action in the authentic sense of the word, and therefore action with the oppressed. Those who work for liberation must not take advantage of the emotional dependence of the oppressed, dependence that is the fruit of the concrete situation of domination which surrounds them and which engendered their unauthentic view of the world. Using their dependence to create still greater dependence is an oppressor tactic. I'm going to say liberatory instead of libertarian because that just invokes age of consent looking guys. Liberatory action must recognize this dependence as a weak point and must attempt through reflection and action to transform it into independence. However, not even the best-intentioned leadership can bestow independence as a gift. The liberation of the oppressed is the liberation of women and men, not things. Accordingly, while no one liberates himself by his own efforts alone, neither is he liberated by others. Liberation, a human phenomenon, cannot be achieved by semi-humans. Any attempt to treat people as semi-humans only dehumanizes them. When people are already dehumanized due to the oppression they suffer, the process of their liberation must not employ the methods of dehumanization. The correct method for a revolutionary leadership to employ in the task of liberation is therefore not libertarian propaganda. Nor can the leadership merely... liberatory propaganda. Nor can the leadership merely implant in the oppressed a belief in freedom, thus thinking to win their trust. The yeehaws already believe in quote-unquote freedom. Okay. The correct method lies in dialogue. The conviction of the oppressed that they must fight for their liberation is not a gift bestowed by the revolutionary leadership, but the result of their own conscientizatio. The revolutionary leaders must realize that their own conviction of the necessity for struggle, an indispensable dimension of revolutionary wisdom, was not given to them by anyone else, if it is authentic. Excuse me. This conviction cannot be packaged and sold. It is reached, rather, by means of a totality of reflection and action. Only the leaders' own involvement in reality, within a historical situation, led them to criticize this situation and to wish to change it. Likewise, the oppressed, who do not commit themselves to the struggle unless they are convinced, and who, if they do not make such a commitment, withhold the indispensable conditions for the struggle. The oppressed, must reach this conviction as subjects, not as objects. They also must intervene critically in the situation which surrounds them and whose mark they bear. Propaganda cannot achieve this. While the conviction of the necessity for struggle, without which the struggle is unfeasible, is indispensable to the revolutionary leadership, indeed it was this conviction which constituted that leadership, it is also necessary for the oppressed. It is necessary, that is, unless one intends to carry out the transformation for the oppressed rather than with them. It is my belief that only the latter form of transformation is valid. These points will be discussed at length in Chapter 4. The object in presenting these considerations is to defend the eminently pedagogical character of the revolution. The revolutionary leaders of every epoch who have affirmed that the oppressed must accept the struggle for their liberation, an obvious point, have also thereby implicitly recognized the pedagogical aspect of this struggle. Many of these leaders, however, perhaps due to natural and understandable biases against pedagogy, have ended up using the educational methods employed by the oppressor. They deny pedagogical action in the liberation process, but they use propaganda to convince. It is essential for the oppressed to realize that when they accept the struggle for humanization, they also accept from that moment their total responsibility for the struggle. They must realize that they are fighting not merely for freedom but for freedom to create and construct, to wonder and to venture. Such freedom requires that the individual be active and responsible, not a slave or a well-fed cog in the machine. It is not enough that men are not slaves. If social conditions further the existence of automatons, the result will not be love of life, but love of death. The oppressed, who have been shaped by the death-affirming climate of oppression, must find through their struggle the way to life-affirming humanization, which does not lie simply in having more to eat, although it does involve having more to eat and cannot fail to include this aspect. The oppressed have been destroyed precisely because their situation has reduced them to things. In order to regain their humanity, they must cease to be things and fight as men and women. This is a radical requirement. They cannot enter the struggle as objects in order later to become human beings. The struggle begins with men's recognition that they have been destroyed. Propaganda, management, manipulation, all arms of domination, cannot be the instruments of the rehumanization. The only effective instrument is a humanizing pedagogy in which the revolutionary leadership establishes a permanent relationship of dialogue with the oppressed. In humanizing pedagogy, the method ceases to be an instrument by which the teachers, in this instance the revolutionary leadership, can manipulate the students, in this instance the oppressed, because it expresses the consciousness of the students themselves. The method is, in fact, the external form of consciousness manifest in acts, which takes on the fundamental property of consciousness, its intentionality. The essence of consciousness is being with the world, and this behavior is permanent and unavoidable. Accordingly, consciousness is in essence a way towards something apart from itself, outside itself, which surrounds it and which it apprehends by means of its ideational capacity. Consciousness is thus by definition a method, in the most general sense of the word. A revolutionary leadership must accordingly practice co-intentional education. Teachers and students, leadership and people, co-intent on reality, are both subjects, not only in the task of unveiling that reality, and thereby coming to know it critically, but in the task of recreating that knowledge. As they attain this knowledge of reality through common reflection and action, they discover themselves as its permanent recreators. In this way, the presence of the oppressed and the struggle for their liberation will be what it should be, not pseudo-participation, but committed involvement. Okay. We're on chapter 2 now. Let's see. I'm going to take this opportunity to consume a lunch shape object. Everything. I should probably put it on the AFK screen. Okay, I'm back. Bye. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hello, Scarred Man. Welcome to book. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. Chapter 2. I just finished eating lunch, I guess. Okay. Chapter 2. Careful analysis of the teacher-student relationship at any level, inside or outside the school, reveals its fundamentally narrative character. This relationship involves a narrating subject, the teacher, and patient listening objects, the students. The contents, whether values or empirical dimensions of reality, tend in the process of being narrated to become lifeless and petrified. Education is suffering from narration sickness. The teacher talks about reality as if it were motionless, static, compartmentalized, and predictable, or else he expounds on a topic completely alien to the existential experience of the students. His task is to fill the students with the contents of his narration, contents which are detached from reality, disconnected from the totality that engendered them and could give them significance. Words are emptied of their concreteness and become a hollow, alienated, and alienating verbosity. Excuse me. The outstanding characteristic of this narrative education, then, is the sonority of words. Sonority, the quality or fact of being sonorous. Imposingly deep and full. Imposing language. Four times 4 is 16. The capital of Para is Belém. The student records, memorizes, and repeats these phrases without perceiving what 4 times 4 really means, or realizing the true significance of capital in the affirmation, the capital of Para is Belém. That is, what Belém means for Para and what Para means for Brazil. Narration, with the teacher as narrator, leads the students to memorize mechanically the narrated content. Worse yet, it turns them into containers, into receptacles to be filled by the teacher. More... sorry. I'm gonna read this with a straight face. The more completely she fills the receptacles, the better a teacher she is. The more meekly the receptacles permit themselves to be filled, the better students they are. Education thus becomes an act of depositing, in which the students are the depositories and the teacher is the depositor. Instead of communicating, the teacher issues communiques and makes deposits, which the students patiently receive, memorize, and repeat. This is the banking concept of education, in which the scope of action allowed to the students extends only as far as receiving, filing, and storing the deposits. They do, it is true, have the opportunity to become collectors or catalogers of the things they store. But in the last analysis, it is the people themselves who are filed away through the lack of creativity, transformation, and knowledge in this, at best, misguided system. For apart from inquiry, apart from the praxis, individuals cannot be truly human. Knowledge emerges only through invention and reinvention, through the restless, impatient, continuing, hopeful inquiry human beings pursue in the world, with the world, and with each other. In the banking concept of education, Knowledge is a gift bestowed by those who consider themselves knowledgeable upon those whom they consider to know nothing. Projecting an absolute ignorance onto others, a characteristic of the ideology of oppression, excuse me, negates education and knowledge as processes of inquiry. The teacher presents himself to his students as their necessary opposite. By considering their ignorance absolute, he justifies his own existence. The students, alienated like the slave in the Hegelian dialectic, accept their ignorance as justifying the teacher's existence. But, unlike the slave, they never discover that they educate the teacher. Yes, everything good. Colon 3, how are you? I'm doing fine myself. It's hot out, so I'm a little uncomfy. Because the AC is not powerful enough to defeat it, or whatever. But yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm reading a book. This book is only 182 pages, so I'll probably be able to finish it all in one... At our current pace, I will finish this book at the 8th or 9th hour of stream. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I don't remember what a raison d'etre is. How's it pronounced, Google? Raison d'etre? The most important reason or purpose for someone or something's existence. Okay. The raison d'etre, the reason of existence of liberatory education, on the other hand, lies in its drive toward reconciliation. Education must begin with the solution of the teacher-student contradiction by reconciling the poles of the contradiction so that both are simultaneously teachers and students. This solution is not, nor can it be, found in the banking concept. On the contrary, banking education maintains and even stimulates the contradiction through the following attitudes and practices, which mirror oppressive society as a whole. A. The teacher teaches and the students are taught. B. The teacher knows everything and the students know nothing. C. The teacher thinks and the students are thought about. D. The teacher talks and the students listen meekly. E. The teacher disciplines and the students are disciplined. F. The teacher chooses and enforces his choice and the students comply. G. The teacher acts and the students have the illusion of acting through the action of the teacher. H. The teacher chooses the program content and the students, who are not consulted, adapt to it. I. The teacher confuses the authority of knowledge with his or her own professional authority, which she and he sets in opposition to the freedom of the students. J. The teacher is the subject of the learning process, while the pupils are mere objects. Yeah. Oh no, I wish I could send you some colder air here from Germany to you. Whoosh, hope you feel the breeze. Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's just because it's partly just because it's summertime, because I'm in Australia at the moment, at the foreseeable future. Let's see. It is not surprising that the banking concept of education regards men as adaptable, manageable beings. The more students work at storing the deposits entrusted to them, the less they develop the critical consciousness which would result from their intervention in the world as transformers of that world. The more completely they accept the passive role imposed on them, the more they tend simply to adapt to the world as it is, and to the fragmented view of reality deposited in them. The capability of banking education to minimize or annul the students' creative power and to stimulate their credulity serves the interests of the oppressors, who care neither to have the world revealed nor to see it transformed. The oppressors use their, quote, humanitarianism to preserve a profitable situation. Thus, they react almost instinctively against any against any experiment in education which stimulates the critical faculties and is not content with a partial view of reality, but always seeks out the ties which link one point to another and one problem to another. Meow, 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 meow. Indeed, the interests of the oppressors lie in, quote, changing the consciousness of the oppressed, not the situation which oppresses them, end quote. For the more the oppressed can be led to adapt to that situation, the more easily they can be dominated. To achieve this end, the oppressors use the banking concept of education in conjunction with a paternalistic social action apparatus, within which the oppressed receive the euphemistic title of welfare recipients. They are treated as individual cases, as marginal persons who deviate from the general configuration of a good, organized, and just society. The oppressed are regarded as the pathology of the healthy society, which must therefore adjust these incompetent and lazy folk to its own patterns by changing their mentality. These marginals need to be incorporated into the healthy society that they have forsaken. The truth is, however, that the oppressed are not marginals, are not people living outside society. They have always been inside the structure which made them beings for others. The solution is not to integrate them into the structure of oppression, but to transform that structure so that they can become beings for themselves. Such transformation, of course, would undermine the oppressors' purposes, hence their utilization of the banking concept of education to avoid the threat of student conscientization. I already forgot what that. I type this in, isn't it gonna get the letters all correct, or is it gonna be a mangle of stuff? It means stay woke, that's what it means. No, to raise awareness of, to become aware, to be made aware. The banking approach to adult education, for example, will never propose to students that they critically consider reality. It will deal instead with such vital questions as whether Roger gave green grass to the goat, and insist upon the importance of learning that, on the contrary, Roger gave green grass to the rabbit. The humanism of the banking approach, or the quote, humanism of the banking approach, masks the effort to turn women and men into automatons, the very negation of their ontological vocation to be more fully human. Those who use the banking approach, knowingly or unknowingly, for there are innumerable well-intentioned bank clerk teachers who do not realize that they are serving only to dehumanize, fail to perceive that the deposits themselves contain contradictions about reality, but sooner or later, these contradictions may lead formerly passive students to turn against their domestication and the attempts to domesticate reality. They may discover through existential experience that their present way of life is irreconcilable with their vocation to become fully human. They may perceive through their relations with reality that reality is really a process, undergoing constant transformation. If men and women are searchers and their ontological vocation is humanization, sooner or later, they may perceive the contradiction in which banking education seeks to maintain them, and then engage themselves in the struggle for their liberation. But the humanist, revolutionary educator cannot wait for this possibility to materialize. From the outset, her efforts must coincide with those of the students to engage in critical thinking and the quest for mutual humanization. His efforts must be imbued with a profound trust in people and their creative power. To achieve this, they must be partners of the students in their relations with them. The banking concept does not admit to such partnership, and necessarily so. To resolve the teacher-student contradiction, to exchange the role of depositor, prescriber, domesticator for the role of student among students would be to undermine the power of oppression and serve the cause of liberation. I want to see what it thinks this is. It thinks it's a capital U, an I, and an E. Damn. Okay. Implicit in the banking concept is the assumption of a dichotomy between human beings and the world. Person is merely in the world, not with the world or with others. The individual is a spectator, not recreator. In this view, the person is not a conscious being, corpo consciente. He or she is rather the possessor of a consciousness, an empty mind, passively open to the reception of deposits of reality from the world outside. For example, my desk, my books, my coffee cup, all the objects before me, as bits of the world which surround me, would be inside me, exactly as I am inside my study right now. This view makes no distinction between being between being accessible to consciousness and entering consciousness. The distinction, however, is essential. The objects which surround me are simply accessible to my consciousness, not located within it. I am aware of them, but they are not inside me. It follows logically from the banking notion of consciousness that the educator's role is to regulate the way the world enters into the students. The teacher's task is to organize a process which already occurs spontaneously to fill the students by making deposits of information which he or she considers to constitute true knowledge. And since people perceive the world as passive entities, education should make them more passive still and adapt them to the world. The educated individual is the adapted person because she or he is better fit for the world. Translated into practice, this concept is well suited to the purposes of the oppressors, whose tranquility rests on how well people fit the world the oppressors have created, and how little they question it. It's sippy time. Excuse me. The more completely the majority adapts to the purposes which the dominant minority prescribe for them, thereby depriving them of the right to their own purposes, the more easily the minority can continue to prescribe. By minority, dominant minority, they mean those in power. Yeah. The theory and practice of banking education serve this end quite efficiently. Verbalistic lessons, reading requirements, the methods for evaluating knowledge, the distance between the teacher and the taught. This physical distance between the desks and the blackboard? Oof. Okay. The criteria for promotion. Everything in this ready-to-wear approach serves to obviate thinking. I'm going to assume that means laser it from orbit. Let's see. Reading requirements. Footnote 3. For example, some professors specify in their reading lists that a book should be read from pages 10 to 15, and do this to help their students. Yeah. Because reading is a punishment, and imagine actually reading all 200 pages of that book. You might learn something or whatever. No, slash J. Okay. The bank clerk educator. Oh wait, hold on. Filling students. Ooh, oh my god. Okay. This concept corresponds to what Sartre calls the digestive or nutritive concept of education, in which knowledge is fed by the teacher to the students to fill them out. See Jean-Paul Sartre. French. Crunches you. Bank clerk educator does not realize that there is no true security in his hypertrophied role, that one must seek to live with others in solidarity. One cannot impose oneself, nor even merely coexist with one's students. Excuse me. Solidarity requires true communication, and the concept by which such an educator is guided fears and prescribes communication. Yet only through communication can human life hold meaning. The teacher's thinking is authenticated only by the authenticity of the student's thinking. The teacher cannot think for her students, nor can she impose her thought on them. Authentic thinking that is concerned about reality, does not take place in ivory tower isolation, but only in communication. If it is true that thought has meaning only when generated by action upon the world, the subordination of students to teachers becomes impossible. Because banking education begins with a false understanding of men and women as objects, it cannot promote the development of what Fromm calls biophily, but instead produces its opposite, necrophily. While life is characterized by growth in a structured, functional manner, the necrophilious person loves all that does not grow, all that is mechanical. The necrophilious person is driven by the desire to transform the organic into the inorganic, to approach life mechanically, as if all living persons were things. Memory rather than experience, having rather than being, is what counts. The necrophilious person can relate to an object, a flower, or a person only if he possesses it. Hence, a threat to his possession is a threat to himself. If he loses possession, he loses contact with the world. He loves control, and in the act of controlling, he kills life. Oppression, overwhelming control, is necrophilic. It is nourished by love of death, not life. The banking concept of education, which serves the interests of oppression, is also necrophilic. Based on a mechanistic, static, naturalistic, spatialized view of consciousness, it transforms students into receiving objects. It attempts to control thinking and action, leads women and men to adjust to the world, and inhibits their creative power. When their efforts to act responsibly are frustrated, when they find themselves unable to use their faculties, people suffer. Yeah. My nose decided to itch and disrupt my... Okay. When their efforts to act responsibly are frustrated, when they find themselves unable to use their faculties, people suffer. This suffering due to impotence is rooted in the very fact that the human equilibrium has been disturbed. But the inability to act, which causes people's anguish, also causes them to reject their impotence by attempting to restore their capacity to act. But can they, and how? One way is to submit to and identify with a person or group having power. By this symbolic participation in another person's life, men have the illusion of acting, when in reality they only submit to and become a part of those who act. Populist manifestations perhaps best exemplify this type of behavior by the oppressed, who, by identifying with charismatic leaders, come to feel that they themselves are active and effective. The rebellion they express as they emerge in the historical process is motivated by that desire to act effectively. The dominant elites consider the remedy to be more domination and repression, carried out in the name of freedom, order, and social peace. That is, the peace of the elites. Thus, they can condemn, logically from their point of view, quote, the violence of a strike by workers, and can call upon the state, in the same breath, to use violence in putting down the strike, quote. Education as the exercise of domination stimulates the credulity of students. I'm going to have to look at that. I've heard incredulous, but I need to remember what the other... Credulity, a tendency to be too ready to believe that something is real or true. Gullibleness. Stimulates the gullibility of students with the ideological intent, often not perceived by educators, of indoctrinating them to adapt to the world of oppression. This accusation is not made in the naive hope that the dominant elites will thereby simply abandon the practice. Its objective is to call the attention of true humanists to the fact that they cannot use banking educational methods in the pursuit of liberation, for they would only negate that very pursuit. Yeah. Is that what I'm doing right now? Delivering book words straight to your ears? No, I'm sure it's fine. Nor may a revolutionary society inherit these methods from an oppressor society. The revolutionary society which practices banking education is either misguided or mistrusting of people. In either event, it is threatened by the specter of reaction, as in reactionaries. Unfortunately, those who espouse the cause of liberation are themselves surrounded and influenced by the climate which generates the banking concept, and often do not perceive its true significance or its dehumanizing power. Paradoxically, then, they utilize the same instrument of alienation in what they consider an effort to liberate. Indeed, some revolutionaries brand as innocents, dreamers, or even Indeed, some revolutionaries brand as innocents, dreamers, or even reactionaries those who would challenge this educational practice. But one does not liberate people by alienating them. Authentic liberation, the process of humanization, is not another deposit to be made in men. Liberation is a praxis, the action and reflection of men and women upon their world in order to transform it. Those truly committed to the cause of liberation can accept neither the mechanistic concept of consciousness as an empty vessel to be filled, nor the use of banking methods of domination, propaganda, slogans, deposits, in the name of liberation. Those truly committed to liberation must reject the banking concept in its entirety, adopting instead a concept of men and women and men as conscious beings, and consciousness as consciousness intent upon the world. They must abandon the educational goal of deposit making and replace it with the posing of the problems of human beings in their relations with the world. Problem-posing education, responding to the essence of consciousness, intentionality, rejects communiques and embodies communication. It epitomizes the special characteristic of consciousness, being conscious of, not only as intent on objects, but as turned in upon itself in a Jasperian split. Consciousness as consciousness of consciousness. Liberating education consists in acts of cognition, not transferals of information. It is a learning situation in which the cognizable object, far from being the end of the cognitive act, intermediates the cognitive actors, teacher on the one hand and students on the other. Accordingly, the practice of problem-posing education entails at the outset that the teacher-student contradiction to be resolved. Dialogical relations, indispensable to the capacity of cognitive actors to cooperate in perceiving the same cognizable object, are otherwise impossible. I gotta go to the bathroom again already. I think robots would itch. You think they can get itchy? Rag. Okay. Oh yeah. Indeed, problem-posing education, which breaks with the vertical patterns characteristic of banking education, can fulfill its function as the practice of freedom only if it can overcome the above contradiction. Through dialogue, the teacher of the students and the students of the teacher cease to exist, and a new term emerges. Teacher-students with students-teachers. The teacher is no longer merely the one who teaches, but one who is himself taught in dialogue with the students, who in turn, while being taught, also teach. They become jointly responsible for a process in which all grow. Excuse me. In this process, arguments based on authority are no longer valid. In order to function, authority must be on the side of freedom, not against it. Here, no one teaches another, nor is anyone self-taught. People teach each other, mediated by the world, by the cognizable objects, which in banking education are owned by the teacher. The banking concept, with its tendency to dichotomize everything, distinguishes two stages in the action of the educator. During the first, he cognizes a cognizable object while he prepares his lesson in his study or his laboratory. During the second, he expounds to his students about that object. The students are not called upon to know, but to memorize the contents narrated by the teacher. Nor do the students practice any act of cognition. Merp. Merp. Nor do the students practice any act of cognition, since the object towards which that act should be directed... Alright, I'm going to go back one sentence. The students are not called upon to know, but to memorize the contents narrated by the teacher. Nor do the students practice any act of cognition, since the object toward which that act should be directed is the property of the teacher, rather than a medium evoking the critical reflection of both teacher and students. Hence, in the name of the preservation of culture and knowledge, we have a system which achieves neither true knowledge nor true culture. Okay. The problem-posing method does not dichotomize the activity of the teacher-student. She is not cognitive at one point and narrative at another. She is always cognitive, whether preparing a project or engaging in dialogue with the students. He does not regard cognizable objects as his private property, but as the object of reflection by himself and the students. In this way, the problem-posing educator constantly reforms his reflections in the reflection of the students. The students, no longer docile listeners, are now critical co-investigators in dialogue with the teacher. Where was I? Students, no longer docile listeners, are now critical co-investigators in dialogue with the teacher. The teacher presents the material to the students for their consideration and reconsiders her earlier considerations as the students express their own. The role of the problem-posing educator is to create, together with the students, the conditions under which knowledge at the level of the doxa is superseded by true knowledge at the level of the logos. I have no idea what. Docs. Oh my gosh, shush you. Fucking, I looked it up and it's like, oh, there's a company that makes watches that's called that. Ancient Greek. To appear, to seem, to think, to accept. A common belief or popular opinion. In classical rhetoric, doxa is contrasted with episteme, knowledge. Logos. Reason. Okay. Whereas banking education anesthetizes and inhibits creative power, problem-posing education involves a constant unveiling of reality. The former attempts to maintain the submersion of consciousness. The latter strives for the emergence of consciousness and critical intervention in reality. Students, as they are increasingly posed with problems relating to themselves in the world and with the world, will feel increasingly challenged and obliged to respond to that challenge. because they apprehend the challenge as interrelated to other problems within a total context, not as a theoretical question, the resulting comprehension tends to be increasingly critical and thus constantly less alienated. The response to the challenge evokes new challenges, followed by new understandings, and gradually the students come to regard themselves as committed. Education as the practice of freedom, as opposed to education as the practice of domination, denies that man is abstract, isolated, independent, and unattached to the world. It also denies that the world exists as a reality apart from people. Authentic reflection considers neither abstract man nor the world without people, but people in their relations with the world. In these relations, consciousness and world are simultaneous. Consciousness neither precedes the world nor follows it. La conscience et le monde sont données... never mind, crunch. In one of our culture circles in Chile, the group was discussing, based on a codification, the anthropological concept of culture. In the midst of the discussion, a peasant who by banking standards was completely ignorant said, "Now I see that without man there's no world." When the educator responded, "Let's say, for the sake of argument, that all the men on earth were to die, but that the earth itself remained, together with trees, birds, animals, rivers, seas, the stars. Wouldn't all this be a world?" "Oh no," the peasant replied emphatically. "There would be no one to say, 'This is a world.'" The peasant wished to express the idea that there would be lacking the consciousness of the world, which necessarily implies the world of consciousness. I cannot exist without a non-I. In turn, the not I depends on that existence. The world which brings consciousness into existence becomes the world of that consciousness. Hence, the previously cited affirmation of Sartre. La conscience et le monde sont données d'une même que. I've never Frenched in my life. As women and men, simultaneously reflecting on themselves and on the world, increase the scope of their perception, they begin to direct their observations towards previously inconspicuous phenomena. Okay. In perception, properly so called, as an explicit awareness, Gewahren, I am turned toward the object, to the paper, for instance. I apprehend it as being this here and now. The apprehension is a singling out, every object having a background and experience. Around and about the paper lie books, pencils, inkwell, and so forth, and these in a certain sense are also perceived, perceptually there in the field of intuition. But whilst I was turned toward the paper, there was no turning in their direction, nor any apprehending of them, not even in a secondary sense. They appeared and yet were not singled out, were not posited on their own account. Every perception of a thing has such a zone of background intuitions, or background awareness, if intuiting already includes the state of being turned towards, and this is also a conscious experience, or more briefly, a consciousness of, all indeed, that in point of fact lies in the co-perceived objective background. That's too much for me. Edmund Husserl, Ideas, General Introduction to Pure Phenomenology. No, okay. Of course, a Brit wrote it. No. Okay. That which had existed objectively, but had not been perceived in its deeper implications, if indeed it was perceived at all, begins to stand out, assuming the character of a problem and therefore of challenge. Thus, men and women begin to single out elements from their background awareness and to reflect upon them. These elements are now objects of their consideration, and, as such, objects of their action and cognition. In problem-posing education, people develop their power to perceive critically the way they exist in the world, with which and in which they find themselves. They come to see the world not as a static reality, but as a reality in process, in transformation. Although the dialectical relations of women and men with the world exist independently of how these relations are perceived, or whether or not they are perceived at all, It is also true that the form of action they adopt is to a large extent a function of how they perceive themselves in the world. Hence, the teacher-student and the student's teachers reflect simultaneously on themselves and the world without dichotomizing this reflection from action, and thus establish an authentic form of thought and action. Once again, the two educational concepts and practices under analysis come into conflict. Banking education, for obvious reasons, attempts by mythicizing reality, conceal certain facts which explain the way human beings exist in the world. Problem-posing education sets itself the task of demythologizing. Banking education resists dialogue. Problem-posing education regards dialogue as indispensable to the act of cognition which unveils reality. Banking education treats students as objects of assistance. Problem-posing education makes them critical thinkers. Banking education inhibits creativity and domesticates, although it cannot completely destroy, the intentionality of consciousness by isolating consciousness from the world, thereby denying people their ontological and historical vocation of becoming more fully human. Problem-posing education bases itself on creativity and stimulates true reflection and action upon reality, thereby responding to the vocation of persons as beings who are authentic only when engaged in inquiry and creative transformation. In sum, banking theory and practice, as immobilizing and fixating forces, fail to acknowledge men and women as historical beings. Problem-posing theory and practice take the people's historicity as their starting point. I seem to remember that the last time I read a book on stream, my nose was also really fucking itchy. I think this is an evil curse, perhaps. Oops, I just smacked the microphone. Problem-posing education affirms men and women as beings in the process of becoming, as unfinished, uncompleted beings in and with a likewise unfinished reality. Indeed, in contrast to other animals who are unfinished but not historical, people know themselves to be unfinished. They are aware of their incompletion. In this incompletion and this awareness lie the very roots of education as an exclusively human manifestation. The unfinished character of human beings and the transformational character of reality necessitate that education be an ongoing activity. Education is thus constantly remade in the praxis. In order to be, it must become. Its duration, in the Bergsonian meaning of the word, whatever that is found in the interplay of the opposites permanence and change. The banking method emphasizes permanence and becomes reactionary. Problem-posing education, which accepts neither a well-behaved present nor a predetermined future, roots itself in the dynamic present and becomes revolutionary. Problem-posing education is revolutionary futurity. Hence it is prophetic and as such hopeful. Hence it corresponds to the historical nature of humankind. Hence it affirms women as and men as beings who transcend themselves, who move forward and look ahead, for whom immobility represents a fatal threat, for whom looking at the past must only be a means of understanding more clearly what and who they are, so that they can more wisely build the future. Hence, it identifies with the movement which engages people as beings aware of their incompletion, a historical movement which has its point of departure, its subjects, and its objective. The point of departure of the movement lies in the people themselves, but since people do not exist apart from the world, apart from reality, the movement must begin with the human-world relationship. Accordingly, the point of departure must always be with men and women in the here and now, which constitutes the situation within which they are submerged, from which they emerge, and in which they intervene. Only by starting from this situation, which determines their perception of it, can they begin to move. To do this authentically, they must perceive their state not as fated and unalterable, but merely as limiting, and therefore challenging. Whereas the banking method directly or indirectly reinforces men's fatalistic perception of their situation, the problem-posing method presents this very situation to them as a problem. As the situation becomes the object of their cognition, the naive or magical perception which produced their fatalism gives way to perception, which is able to perceive itself even as it perceives reality, and can thus be critically objective about that reality. A deepened consciousness of their situation leads people to apprehend that situation as a historical reality susceptible of transformation. Resignation gives way to the drive for transformation and inquiry, over which men feel themselves to be in control. If people, as historical beings, necessarily engaged with other people in a movement of inquiry, did not control that movement. If people, as historical beings necessarily engaged with other people in a movement of inquiry, did not control that movement, it would be, and is, a violation of their humanity. Any situation in which some individuals prevent others from engaging in the process of inquiry is one of violence. The means used are not important. To alienate human beings from their own decision-making is to chain them into objects. What a horrible day to have skin, or whatever. I'll be right back again. Okay. This movement of inquiry must be directed towards humanization, the people's historical vocation. The pursuit of full humanity, however, cannot be carried out in isolation or individualism, but only in fellowship and solidarity. Therefore, it cannot unfold in the antagonistic relations between oppressors and oppressed. No one can be authentically human while he prevents others from being so. Attempting to be more human, excuse me. Attempting to be more human individualistically leads to having more egotistically, a form of dehumanization. Not that it is not fundamental to have in order to be human. Precisely because it is necessary, some men's having must not be allowed to constitute an obstacle to others' having, must not consolidate the power of the former to crush the latter. Problem posing education as a humanist and liberating praxis posits as fundamental that the peoples subjected to domination must fight for their emancipation. To that end, it enables teachers and students to become subjects of the educational process by overcoming authoritarianism and alienating intellectualism. It also enables people to overcome their false perception of reality. The world, no longer something to be described with deceptive words, becomes the object of that transforming action by men and women which results in their humanization. Problem-posing education does not and cannot serve the interests of the oppressor. No oppressive order could permit the oppressed to begin to question why, while only a revolutionary society can carry out this education in systematic terms. The revolutionary leaders need not take full power before they can employ the method. In the revolutionary process, the leaders cannot utilize the banking method as an interim measure, justified on grounds of expediency, with the intention of later behaving justified on grounds of expediency, with the intention of later behaving in a genuinely revolutionary fashion. They must be revolutionary, that is to say, dialogical from the outset. Oh, hello, Volt. Thanks for the water in the head pants. I need to go fill my thing. I annihilated all the lemonade that was in there already. Donkey donkey. Yeah. What's chapter 3? Okay, this is a whole lot of whatever. I'm not gonna bother trying to. Let's play chapter 3. There you go. Oh, strange. Of course. Earth. My left arm is a little sore. Just the lower arm section. But it's not because of book reading. I'm not really sure why actually. I don't think it's because of drawing. but I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I fell on my ass. Actually, it was my front. Okay, let me actually start reading while I'm stretching. Yeah. Okay. As we attempt to as we attempt to analyze dialogue as a human phenomenon. Oops. Trying to turn down the volume on my music. As we attempt to analyze dialogue as a human phenomenon, we discover something which is the essence of dialogue itself, the word. But the word is more than just an instrument which makes dialogue possible. Accordingly, we must seek its constitutive elements. Within the word, we find two dimensions, reflection and action, in such radical interaction that if one is sacrificed, even in part, the other immediately suffers. There is no true word that is not at the same time a praxis. There's a little diagram thing down here. Action and reflection comes word, which is work, which is praxis. Sacrifice of action, verbalism. Sacrifice of reflection, activism. There is no true word that is not at the same time a praxis. Thus, to speak a true word is to transform the world. An unauthentic word, one which is unable to transform reality, results when dichotomy is imposed upon its constitutive elements. When a word is deprived of its dimension of action, reflection automatically suffers as well, and the word is changed into idle chatter, into verbalism, into an alienated and alienating blah. Becomes an empty word, one which cannot denounce the world, for denunciation is impossible without a commitment to transform, and there's no transformation without action. Oh. On the other hand, if action is emphasized exclusively to the detriment of reflection, the word is converted into activism. The latter, action for action's sake, negates the true praxis and makes dialogue impossible. Either dichotomy, by creating unauthentic forms of existence, creates also unauthentic forms of thought, which reinforce the original dichotomy. Human existence cannot be silent, nor can it be nourished by false words, but only by true words with which men and women transform the world. To exist humanly is to name the world, to change it. Once named, the world in its turn reappears to the namers as a problem. The world in its turn reappears to the namers as a problem and requires of them a new naming. Human beings are not built in silence, but in word, in work, in action, reflection. Let's see. But while to say the true word, which is work, which is praxis, is to transform the world, saying that word is not the privilege of some few persons, but the right of everyone. Consequently, no one can say a true word alone, nor can she say it for another, in a prescriptive act which robs others of their words. Dialogue is the encounter between men, mediated by the world, in order to name the world. Hence, dialogue cannot occur between those who want to name the world and those who do not wish this naming, between those who deny others the right to speak their word and those whose right to speak has been denied them. Those who have been denied their primordial right to speak their word must first reclaim this right and prevent the continuation of this dehumanizing aggression. If it is in speaking their word that people, by naming the world, transform it, dialogue imposes itself as the way by which they achieve significance as human beings. Dialogue is thus an existential necessity, and since dialogue is the encounter in which And since dialogue is the encounter in which the united reflection and action of the dialoguers are addressed to the world which is to be transformed and humanized, this dialogue cannot be reduced to the act of one person's depositing ideas in another, nor can it become a simple exchange of ideas to be consumed by the discussants. Nor yet is it a hostile, polemical argument between those who are committed neither to the naming of the world nor to the search for truth, but rather to the imposition of their own truth. Polemical, expressing or constituting a strongly critical attack on or controversial opinion about someone or something. Because dialogue is an encounter among women and men who name the world, it must not be a situation where some name on behalf of others. It is an act of creation. It must not serve as a crafty instrument for the domination of one person by another. The domination implicit in dialogue is that of the world by the dialoguers. It is conquest of the world for the liberation of humankind. Dialogue cannot exist, however, in the absence of a profound love for the world and for people. The naming of the world, which is an act of creation and recreation, is not possible if it is not infused with love. Love is at the same time the foundation of dialogue and dialogue itself. It is thus necessarily the task of responsible subjects and cannot exist in a relation of domination. Excuse me. Let's see, footnote 4. I am more and more convinced that true revolutionaries must perceive the revolution, because of its creative and liberating nature, as an act of love. For me, the revolution, which is not possible without a theory of revolution, and therefore science, is not irreconcilable with love. On the contrary, the revolution is made by people to achieve their humanization. What indeed is the deeper motive which moves individuals to become revolutionaries but the dehumanization of people? The distortion imposed on the word love by the capitalist world cannot prevent the revolution from being essentially loving in character, nor can it prevent the revolutionaries from affirming their love of life. Guevara, while admitting the risk of seeming ridiculous, was not afraid to affirm it. Quote, "Let me say, with the risk of appearing ridiculous, that the true revolutionary is guided by strong feelings of love. It is impossible to think of an authentic revolutionary without this quality." Venceremos, the speeches and writings of Che Guevara, edited by John Garras. Okay, let's see. Love is at the same time the foundation of dialogue and dialogue itself. It is thus necessarily the task of responsible subjects and cannot exist in a relation to domination. Domination reveals the pathology of love, sadism in the dominator, and masochism in the dominated. Because love is an act of courage, not of fear, love is commitment to others. No matter where the oppressed are found, the act of love is commitment to their cause, the cause of liberation. And this commitment, because it is loving, is dialogical. As an act of bravery, love cannot be sentimental. As an act of freedom, it must not serve as a pretext for manipulation. It must generate other acts of freedom, otherwise it is not love. Only by abolishing the situation of oppression is it possible to restore the love which that situation made impossible. If I do not love the world, if I do not love life, if I do not love people, I cannot enter into dialogue. On the other hand, dialogue cannot exist without humility. The naming of the world, through which people constantly recreate that world, cannot be an act of arrogance. Dialogue, as the encounter of those addressed to the common task of learning and acting, is broken if the parties, or one of them, lack humility. How can I dialogue if I always project ignorance onto others, and never perceive my own? How can I dialogue if I regard myself as a case apart from others, mere its, in whom I cannot recognize other I's? How can I dialogue if I consider myself a member of the in-group of pure men, the owners of truth and knowledge, for whom all non-members are these people, or the great unwashed? How can I dialogue if I start from the premise that naming the world is the task of an elite, and that the presence of the people in history is a sign of deterioration, thus to be avoided? The people, TM. How can I dialogue if I am closed to, and even offended by, the contribution of others? How can I dialogue if I am afraid of being displaced, the mere possibility causing me torment and weakness? Self-sufficiency is incompatible with dialogue. Men and women who lack humility, or have lost it, cannot come to the people, cannot be their partners in naming the world. Someone who cannot acknowledge himself to be as mortal as everyone else still has a long way to go before he can reach the point of encounter. At the point of encounter, there are neither utter ignoramuses nor perfect sages. There are only people who are attempting together to learn more than they now know. Dialogue, further, requires an intense faith in humankind, faith in their power to make and remake, to create and recreate, faith in their vocation to be more fully human, which is not the privilege of an elite, but the birthright of all. Faith in people is an a priori requirement for dialogue. The dialogical man believes in others even before he meets them face to face. His faith, however, is not naive. The dialogical man is critical and knows that although it is within the power of humans to create and transform, in a concrete situation of alienation, individuals may be impaired in the use of that power. Far from destroying his faith in the people, however, this possibility strikes him as a challenge to which he must respond. He is convinced that the power to create and transform, even when thwarted in concrete situations, tends to be reborn, and that rebirth can recur, not gratuitously, but in and through the struggle for liberation, in the supersedence of slave labor by emancipated labor, which gives zest to life. Without this faith in people, dialogue is a farce, which inevitably degenerates into paternalistic manipulation. Founding itself upon love, humility, and faith, dialogue becomes a horizontal relationship of which mutual trust between the dialoguers is the logical consequence. It would be a contradiction in terms if dialogue, loving, humble, and full of faith, did not produce this climate of mutual trust, which leads the dialoguers into ever closer partnership in the naming of the world. Conversely, such trust is obviously absent in the anti-dialogics of the banking method of education. Whereas faith in humankind is an a priori requirement for dialogue, trust is established by dialogue. Should it flounder, it will be seen that the preconditions were lacking. False love, false humility, and feeble faith in others cannot create trust. Trust is contingent on the evidence which one party provides the others of his true concrete intentions. It cannot exist if that party's words do not coincide with their actions. To say one thing and do another, to take one's own word lightly, cannot inspire trust. To glorify democracy and to silence the people is a farce. To discourse on humanism and to negate people is a lie. Good old United Statesian democracy trying to stop Palestine protesters from... They tried to make protesting a felony in my state. Or was it unauthorized protests? My bad. I'm pretty sure that's how it... Okay. Nor yet can dialogue exist without hope. Hope is rooted in men's incompletion, from which they move out in constant search, a search which can be carried out only in communion with others. Hopelessness is a form of silence, of denying the world and fleeing from it. The dehumanization resulting from an unjust order is not a cause for despair, but for hope, leading to the incessant pursuit of the humanity denied by injustice. Hope, however, does not consist in crossing one's arms and waiting. As long as I fight, I am moved by hope, and if I fight with hope, then I can wait. As the encounter of women and men seeking to be more fully human, dialogue cannot be carried on in a climate of hopelessness. If the dialoguers expect nothing to come of their efforts, their encounter will be empty and sterile, bureaucratic and tedious. Finally, true dialogue cannot exist unless the dialoguers engage in critical thinking, thinking which discerns an indivisible solidarity between the world and the people and admits of no dichotomy between them, thinking which perceives reality as process, as transformation, rather than as a static entity, thinking which does not separate itself from action, but constantly immerses itself in temporality, without fear of the risks involved. Critical thinking contrasts with naive thinking, which sees historical time as a weight, a stratification of the acquisitions and experiences of the past. from which the present should emerge normalized and well-behaved. For the naive thinker, the important thing is accommodation to this normalized today. For the critic, the important thing is the continuing transformation of reality, in behalf of the continuing humanization of men. In the words of Friere, the goal will no longer be to eliminate the risks of temporality by clutching to guaranteed space, but rather to temporalize space. The universe is revealed to me not as space, imposing a massive presence to which I can but adapt, but as a scope, a domain which takes shape as I act upon it. For naive thinking, the goal is precisely to hold fast to this guaranteed space and adjust to it. By thus denying temporality, it denies itself as well. Only dialogue, which requires critical thinking, is also capable of generating critical thinking. Without dialogue, there is no communication, and without communication, there can be no true education. Education, which is able to resolve the contradiction between teacher and student, takes place in a situation in which both address their act of cognition to the object by which they are mediated. Thus, the dialogical character of education as the practice of freedom does not begin when the teacher-student meets with the student's teachers in a pedagogical situation, but rather when the former first asks herself or himself what she or he will dialogue with the latter about. And preoccupation with the content of dialogue is really preoccupation with the program content of education. For the anti-dialogical banking educator, the question of content simply concerns the program about which he will discourse to his students, and he answers his own question by organizing his own program. For the dialogical, problem-posing teacher-student, the program content of education is neither a gift nor an imposition, bits of information to be deposited in the students, but rather the organized, systematized, and developed representation to individuals of things about which they want to know more. Footnote 7. In a long conversation with Marot, Mao Zedong declared, "You know I've proclaimed for a long time, we must teach the masses clearly what we have received from them confusedly." André Marot, Anti-Memoirs. This affirmation contains an entire dialogical theory of how to construct the program content of education, which cannot be elaborated according to what the educator thinks best for the students. Okay. Authentic education is not carried on by A for B, or by A about B, but rather by A with B, mediated by the world, a world which impresses and challenges both parties, giving rise to views or opinions about it. These views impregnated with anxieties, doubts, hopes, or sorry. There's also holes need filling earlier education. Okay, so normal. These views impregnated with anxieties, doubts, hopes, or hopelessness imply significant themes on the basis of which the program content of education can be built. In its desire to create an ideal model of the good man, a naively conceived humanism often overlooks the concrete, existential, present situation of real people. Authentic humanism, in Friere's words, consists in permitting the emergence of the awareness of our full humanity, as a condition and as an obligation, as a situation and as a project. We simply cannot go to the laborers, urban or peasant, in the banking style, to give them knowledge, or to impose upon them the model of the good man contained in a program whose content we have ourselves organized. Many political and educational plans have failed because their authors designed them according to their own personal views of reality, never once taking into account, except as mere objects of their actions, the men in a situation to whom their program was ostensibly directed. Let's see. Laborers, urban or peasant. Footnote 9. Urban or peasant. The latter, usually submerged in a colonial context, are almost umbilically linked to the world of nature, in relation to which they feel themselves to be component parts rather than shapers. Yeah. Okay. For the truly humanist educator and the authentic revolutionary, the object of action is the reality to be transformed by them together with other people, not not other men and women themselves. The oppressors are the ones who act upon the people to indoctrinate them and adjust them to a reality which must remain untouched. Unfortunately, however, in their desire to obtain the support of the people for revolutionary action, revolutionary leaders often fall for the banking line of planning program content from the top down. They approach the peasant or urban masses with projects which may correspond to their own view of the world, but not to that of the people. Footnote 10. More selected works of Mao Zedong. Okay. Our cultural workers, the footnote. Our cultural workers must serve the people with great enthusiasm and devotion, and they must link themselves with the masses, not divorce themselves from the masses. In order to do so, they must act in accordance with the needs and wishes of the masses. All work done for the masses must start from their needs, and not from the desire of any individual, however well-intentioned. It often happens that objectively, the masses need a certain change, but subjectively, they are not yet conscious of the need, not yet willing or determined to make the change. In such cases, we should wait patiently. We should not make the change until, through our work, most of the masses have become conscious of the need and are willing and determined to carry it out. Otherwise, we shall isolate ourselves from the masses. There are two principles here. One is the actual needs of the masses, rather than what we fancy they need, and the other is the wishes of the masses, who must make up their own minds, instead of our making up their minds for them. There's some good wisdom here. You know? Something, something. Yeah. Something, something. You ask, what is it? You dialogue with people and to find out what they wanna. The thing. So fucked up. Okay. See, they forget that they're fundamental. See, they approach the peasant or urban masses with projects that may correspond to their own view of the world, but not to that of the people. They forget that their fundamental objective is to fight alongside the people for the recovery of the people's stolen humanity, not to win the people over to their side. Such a phrase does not belong in the vocabulary of revolutionary leaders, but in that of the oppressor. The revolutionary's role is to liberate, and be liberated with the people, not to win them over. In their political activity, the dominant elites utilize the banking concept to encourage passivity in the oppressed, corresponding with the latter's submerged state of consciousness, and take advantage of that passivity to fill that consciousness with slogans which create even more fear of freedom. This practice is incompatible with a truly liberating course of action. This practice is incompatible with a truly liberating course of action, which, by presenting the oppressor's slogans as a problem, helps the oppressed to eject those slogans from within themselves. After all, the task of the humanists is surely not that of pitting their slogans against the slogans of the oppressors, with the oppressed as the testing ground, housing the slogans of first one group and then the other. Yeah. On the contrary,
Oh my, sucks out there. How's your reading going?
It's going all right. I'm on chapter 3 out of 4.
Oh wow.
Well, I think the last 2 chapters are longer than the first 2.
Oh. Well, still good progress. Good progress. Keep it up. Okay.
My projected completion date is like 4 hours from now.
Jesus. You gonna try all in one sitting?
Maybe I'll just keep reading tomorrow, maybe.
Up to you.
Let's see. I'm on page 95 right now.
What have you learned? What's a pedagogy?
Pedagogy, that means the study of learning.
Okay. You got salt water?
This is lemonade.
Oh.
Also, the red Fanta is actually sugar-free, contrary to your objections.
Oh no. Well, I'm gonna have regular Fanta and you eating?
Yeah, I ate the leftover stuff.
Very good.
I don't know, let's see, page 95. And take away the table of contents. Maybe I'll see if I can finish this chapter. Because that was page 120 something out of 180 something at that point. It's like another 20 pages. Okay. Okay. I'll zoom over to the table of contents here real quick. If you wanna. Let's see. First chapter was talking about the oppressed and the oppressors and something. How, I don't know. Something about the goal of getting rid of that dichotomy to restore the humanity of people or something. And then the second chapter.
Does that mean we need help from our oppressors?
No, it means.
Yeah, that we. Well,
no, it means.
In Minecraft. On Fortnite.
No. It's, oh, you're making me think. Oh, it's so horrible.
I'm sorry, you were just reading the words out. I'm sorry to make you think.
Okay, also on page 95.
All right, good reading.
Let me write that. I'm gonna forget, maybe. No, about how, so this book is talking about pedagogy a lot, talking about process of student, teacher, whatever, and saying about how most learning in the current world is done in like a hierarchical top-down way. And so like by mutual process, what that means is instead of doing just like the oppressors do in top-down, trying to stuff knowledge into people, you're supposed to teach other people how to critical thinking so that they can
lift each other up.
You can learn them and they'll learn you and stuff. You learn together. And then the second chapter is talking specifically about the banking concept of education. I said the exact words. Was basically saying how the way that education works most places in the world, it's like where the teacher is the authority and then the student is just a receptacle to be filled. Yeah. Holes need filling.
What you need me?
Sorry, I almost had a big chuckle. No, I managed to read it without laughing. Because it's a serious business.
You're so serious, baby.
Yeah. But yeah, and talking about how the banking way of education makes people less prone to critical thinking. Yeah. And yeah, makes them not. Yeah. And thus the oppressors, the oppressing places, they always go for that type of education because they don't want people to be like, but why capitalism do the thing? Marf. Water. And the third chapter was about they use the word dialogics a lot, but talking about dialogue a lot. Something. I don't know. Some parts of it a little bit wordy and confusing, but there was okay. Yeah. Something instead of prescribing to people what you're gonna teach them, you talk to them and you hear what their concerns are, and then you build your teaching content or your whatever content to fit that. Also, it says something, there's multiple mentions of how to be a true revolutionary TM, you need to have trust in the humanity of people or whatever. Oh, and also that you need to... Oh, okay, fine. I'll let you cook. Sorry. Burn him alive. I mean... Alright. Something. What was it? Okay, it was page 95.
So you got a juicy brussy today
then? No, it is not my brussy that is juicy. Other people who came before me juiced my brussy up for me, and it's a back and forth brussy juicification.
By my hand, the brussy is given live.
Okay, I'm gonna start reading again for real. Let's see. The revolutionary's role is to liberate and be liberated with the people, not to win them over. In their political activity, the dominant elites utilize the banking concept to encourage passivity in their oppressed, corresponding with the latter's submerged state of consciousness, and take advantage of that passivity, to fill that consciousness with slogans which create even more fear of freedom. This practice is incompatible with a truly liberating course of action, which, by presenting the oppressor's slogans as a problem, helps the oppressed to eject those slogans from within themselves. After all, the task of the humanists is surely not that of pitting their slogans against the slogans of the oppressors, with the oppressed as the testing ground, housing the slogans of first one group and then the other. On the contrary, the task of the humanists is to see that the oppressed become aware of the fact that as dual beings, housing the oppressors within themselves, they cannot be truly human. This task implies that revolutionary leaders do not go to the people in order to bring them a message of salvation, but in order to come to know through dialogue with them both their objective situation and their awareness of that situation, the various levels of perception of themselves and of the world in which and with which they exist. One cannot expect positive results from an educational or political action program which fails to respect the particular view of the world held by the people. Such a program constitutes cultural invasion, good intentions notwithstanding. Footnote 11. This point will be analyzed in detail in Chapter 4. The starting point for organizing the program content of education or political action must be the present existential, concrete situation reflecting the aspirations of the people. Utilizing certain basic contradictions, we must pose this existential, concrete, present situation to the people as a problem which challenges them and requires a response, not just at the intellectual level, but at the level of action. Let's see, footnote 12. It is as self-contradictory for true humanists to use the banking method as it would be for rightists to engage in problem-posing education. The latter are always consistent. They never use a problem-posing pedagogy. Okay. Let's see. We must never merely discourse on the present situation. We must never provide the people with programs which have little or nothing to do with their own preoccupations, doubts, hopes, and fears. Programs which at times, in fact, increase the fears of the oppressed consciousness. It is not our role to speak to the people about our own view of the world, nor to attempt to impose that view on them, but rather to dialogue with the people about their view and ours. We must realize that their view of the world, manifested variously in their action, reflects their situation in the world. Educational and political action, which is not critically aware of this situation, runs the risk either of banking or of preaching in the desert. Often, educators and politicians speak and are not understood because their language is not attuned to the concrete situation of the people they address. Accordingly, their talk is just alienated and alienating rhetoric. The language of the educator or the politician, and it seems more and more clear that the latter must also become an educator in the broadest sense of the word. Like the language of the people, the language of the educator or the politician, like the language of the people, cannot exist without thought, and neither language nor thought can exist without a structure to which they refer. In order to communicate effectively, educator and politician, and I guess we mean an actual politician and not your average American politician. In order to communicate effectively, educator and politician must understand the structural conditions in which the thought and language of the people are dialectically framed. It is to the reality which mediates men, and to the perception of that reality held by educators and people, that we must go to find the program content of education. The investigation of what I have termed the people's thematic universe, the complex of their generative themes, inaugurates the dialogue of education as the practice of freedom. Footnote 13. The expression meaningful thematics is used with the same connotation. Okay. The methodology of that investigation must likewise be dialogical, affording the opportunity both to discover generative themes and to stimulate people's awareness in regard to these themes. Generative theme. An issue about which people feel strongly and are willing to take some action about. That's what University of Glasgow cited. Well, let's see. An idea or concept that is relative to the student's life that evokes strong emotional responses. Let's skip this track. Oh. My boyfriend just auto-generated a sandwich in front of me. Let's play. No, I guess it's not too hot. Oh, it's hot underneath. Never mind. Okay. Let's see. Both to discover generative themes and to stimulate people's awareness in regard to these themes. Consistent with the liberating purpose of dialogical education, the object of the investigation is not persons, as if they were anatomical fragments, but rather the thought language with which men and women refer to reality, the levels at which they perceive that reality, and their view of the world in which their generative themes are found. Before describing a generative theme more precisely, which will also clarify what is meant by a minimum thematic universe, it seems to me, I read that and I think Marvel Cinematic Universe, it's thematic themes, thingy things, category stuff, universe, the world as perceived by, okay. It seems to me indispensable to present a few preliminary reflections. The concept of a generative theme is neither an arbitrary invention nor a working hypothesis to be proved. If it were a hypothesis to be proved, the initial investigation would seek not to ascertain the nature of the theme, but rather the very existence or non-existence of themes themselves. In that event, before attempting to understand the theme in its richness, its significance, its plurality, its transformations, and its historical composition, we would first have to verify whether or not it's an objective fact. Only then could we proceed to apprehend it. Although an attitude of critical doubt is legitimate, it does appear possible to verify the reality of the generative theme, not only through one's own existential experience, but also through critical reflection on the human-world relationship, and on the relationships between people implicit in the former. This point deserves more attention. One may well remember, trite as it seems, that of the uncompleted beings, man is the only one to treat not only his actions, but his very self, as the object of his reflection. Is it storming outside? This capacity distinguishes him from the animals, which are unable to separate themselves from their activity, and thus are unable to reflect upon it. In this apparently superficial distinction lie the boundaries which delimit the action of each in his life space. Because the animals' activity is an extension of themselves, the results of that activity are also inseparable from themselves. Animals can neither I don't know. This is the understanding of animals in the 70s. Animals can neither set objectives nor infuse their transformation of nature with any significance beyond itself. Okay, maybe he means like super long-term objectives. Crunch. Moreover, the decision to perform this activity belongs not to them but to their species. Animals are accordingly fundamentally beings in themselves. Unable to decide for themselves, unable to objectify either themselves or their activity, lacking objectives which they themselves have set, living submerged in a world to which they can give no meaning, lacking a tomorrow and a today because they exist in an overwhelming present, animals are ahistorical. Or like yeah. Their ahistorical life does not occur in the world, taken in its strict meaning. For the animal, the world does not constitute a not... I'm going to skip this track, destroy him. For the animal, the world does not constitute a not I, which could set him apart as an I. The human world, which is historical, serves as a mere prop for the being in itself. Animals are not challenged by the configuration which confronts them. They are merely stimulated. Their life is not one of risk-taking, for they are not aware of taking risks. Risks are not challenges perceived upon reflection, but merely noted by the signs which indicate them. They accordingly do not require decision-making processes. Consequently, animals cannot commit themselves. cannot commit themselves. Their ahistorical condition does not permit them to take on life. Because they do not take it on, they cannot construct it. And if they do not construct it, they cannot transform its configuration. Nor can they know themselves to be destroyed by life, for they cannot expand their prop world into a meaningful symbolic world which includes culture and history. As a result, animals do not animalize their configuration in order to animalize themselves, nor do they de-animalize themselves. Even in the forest, they remain beings in themselves, as animal-like there as in the zoo. In contrast, the people, aware of their activity in the world in which they are situated, acting in function of the objectives which they propose, having the seat of their decisions located in themselves and in their relations with the world and with others, infusing the world with their creative presence by means of the transformation they effect upon it, unlike animals, not only live but exist. And their existence is historical. Footnote 14. In the English language, the terms live and exist have assumed implications opposite to their etymological origins. As used here, live is the more basic term, implying... Oh, I see. As used here, live is the more basic term, implying only survival. Exist implies a deeper involvement in the process of becoming. Okay, I guess, yeah, they're saying that people usually say, oh, I'm just existing when they talk about, when depression. No, hold on, yeah. Okay. Animals live out their lives on an atemporal, flat, uniform prop. Humans exist in a world in which they are constantly recreating and transforming. For animals, here is only a habitat with which they enter into contact. For people, here signifies not merely a physical space, but also a historical space. Strictly speaking, here, now, there, tomorrow, and yesterday do not exist for the animal, whose life, lacking self-consciousness, is totally determined. Animals cannot surmount the limits imposed by the here, the now, or the there. I'm going to take this moment to eat burger because I would like to eat burger while it's still hot. Really fucked up. Impromptu break. Didn't know there was going to be a quiz. I mean, if there was a quiz at the end, it's good to, it's good to make sure that the knowledge was absorbed. I don't know. It, it helps you, like, I don't know, trying to summarize something helps you figure out what the important parts of what you just read were so that you can remember it better later. Yeah. Probably. Alright, I've demolished this little egg sandwich that Muddy gave me. And it was still warm. So fucked up. Humans, however, because they are aware of themselves and thus of the world, because they are conscious beings. Because they are conscious beings, exist in a dialectical relationship between the determination of limits and their own freedom, as they... Excuse me. Thank you. Because they're conscious beings, exist in a dialectical relationship between the determination of limits and their own freedom, as they separate themselves from the world, which they objectify, as they separate themselves from their own activity, as as they separate them. Thank you. As they separate themselves from their own activity, as they locate the seat of their decisions in themselves and in their relations with the world and others, people overcome the situations which limit them, the limit situations. Once perceived by individuals as fetters, as obstacles to their liberation, these situations stand out in relief from the background, revealing their true nature as concrete historical dimensions of a given reality. Men and women respond to the challenge with actions which Vieira Pinto calls limit acts, those directed at negating and overcoming, rather than passively accepting the given. Meow. Excuse me. Thus, it is not the limit situations in and of themselves which create a climate of hopelessness, but rather how they are perceived by women and men at a given historical moment, whether they appear as fetters or as insurmountable barriers. What's a fetter? Fettuccine? A chain or manacle used to restrain a prisoner, typically placed around the ankles. As critical perception is embodied in action, a climate of hope and confidence develops, which leads men to attempts to overcome the limit situations. This objective can be achieved only through action upon the concrete, historical reality in which limit situations historically are found. As reality is transformed and these situations are superseded, new ones will appear, which in turn will evoke new limit acts. The prop world of animals contains no limit situations due to its ahistorical character. Similarly, animals lack the ability to exercise limit acts, which require a decisive attitude toward the world, separation from and objectification of the world in order to transform it. Organically bound to their prop, animals do not distinguish between themselves and the world. Accordingly, animals are not limited by limit situations, which are historical, but rather by the entire prop, and the appropriate role for animals is not to relate to their prop. In that event, the prop would be a world, but to adapt to it. Thus, when animals produce a nest, a hive, or a burrow, they are not creating products which will result from limit acts, that is, transforming responses. Their productive activity is subordinated to the satisfaction of physical necessity, which is simply stimulating rather than challenging.
By your physical necessity.
What?
Does this animal satisfy your physical necessities?
You're on live on stream.
Hi. Sorry. Continue reading.
Okay. An animal's product. Let's see. They're productive. Simply stimulating rather than challenging. An animal's product belongs immediately to its physical body, whilst man freely confronts its product. Footnote 16. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844. Only products which result from the activity of a being, but do not belong to its physical body, though these products may bear its seal, can give a dimension of meaning to the context, which thus becomes a world. A being capable of such production, who thereby is necessarily aware of himself, is a being for himself. Could no longer be if she or he were not in the process of being in the world with which he or she relates, just as the world would no longer exist if this being did not exist. The difference between animals, who, because their activity does not constitute limit acts, cannot create products detached from themselves, and humankind, who through their action upon the world create the realm of culture and history, is that only the latter are beings of the praxis. Only human beings are praxis, praxis which, as the reflection and actions truly transform reality, is the source of knowledge and creation. Animal activity, which occurs without a praxis, is not creative. People's transforming activity is. It is as transforming and creative beings that humans, in their permanent relations with reality, produce not only material goods, tangible objects, but also social institutions, ideas, and concepts. Through their continuing praxis, men and women simultaneously create history and become historical social beings. Oh, thank you. Oh,
Just
okay.
next week.
Well, yeah, it tastes like vitamin C. Huh? Oh, darn. Produce not only material goods, tangible objects, but also social institutions, ideas, and concepts. Through their continuing practice, men and women simultaneously create history and become historical social beings, because, in contrast to animals, people can tri-dimensionalize time into the past, the present, and the future. Their history and function of their own creations develops as a constant process of transformation within which epochal units materialize. These epochal units are not closed periods of time, static compartments within which people are confined. Were this the case, a fundamental condition of history, its continuity, would disappear. On the contrary, epochal units interrelate in the dynamics of historical continuity. An epoch is characterized by a complex of ideas, concepts, hopes, doubts, values, and challenges, in dialectical interaction with their opposites, striving toward plenitude. Plenitude. Plenitude and abundance. Striving toward plenitude. The concrete representation of many of these ideas, values, concepts, and hopes, as well as the obstacles which impede the people's full humanization, constitute the themes of that epoch. These themes imply others which are opposing or even antithetical. They also indicate tasks to be carried out and fulfilled. Thus, historical themes are never isolated, independent, disconnected, or static. They are always interacting dialectically with their opposites. Nor can these themes be found anywhere except in the human-world relationship. The complex of interacting themes of an epoch constitutes its, quote, thematic universe. Excuse me. Yeah. Confronted by this universe of themes in dialectical contradiction, persons take equally contradictory positions. Some work to maintain the structures, others to change them. As antagonism deepens between themes which are the expression of reality, there is a tendency for the themes and for reality itself to be mythicized, establishing a climate of irrationality and sectarianism. This climate threatens to drain the themes of their deeper significance and to deprive them of their characteristically dynamic aspect. In such a situation, myth-creating irrationality itself becomes a fundamental theme. Its opposing theme, the critical and dynamic view of the world, strives to unveil reality, unmask its mythicization, and achieve a full realization of the human task, the permanent transformation of reality in favor of the liberation of the people. Yeah. In the last analysis, the themes both contain and are contained in limit situations. The tasks they imply require limit acts. When the themes are concealed by the limit situations and thus are not clearly perceived, the corresponding tasks, people's responses in the form of historical action. Hold on, I gotta read that again. When the themes are concealed by the limit situations and thus are not clearly perceived, the corresponding tasks, people's responses in the form of historical action, can be neither authentically nor critically fulfilled. In this situation, humans are unable to transcend the limit situations to discover that beyond these situations, and in contradiction to them, lies an untested feasibility. In sum, limit situations imply the existence of persons who are directly or indirectly served by these situations, and of those who are negated and curbed by them. Once the latter come to perceive these situations as the frontier between being and being more human, rather than the frontier between being and nothingness, they begin to direct their increasingly critical actions toward achieving the untested feasibility implicit in that perception. On the other hand, those who are served by the present limit situation regard the untested feasibility as a threatening limit situation which must not be allowed to materialize and acts to maintain the status quo. Consequently, liberating actions upon a historical milieu must correspond not only to the generative themes, but to the way in which these themes are perceived. This requirement in turn implies another, the investigation of meaningful thematics. Muddy put a chocolate in my mouth. This means I'll be out of action for at least 1 minute. All right. Generative themes can be located in concentric circles, moving from the general to the particular. The broadest epochal unit, which includes a diversified range of units and subunits, continental, regional, national, and so forth, contains themes of universal character. I consider the fundamental theme of our epoch to be that of domination, which implies its opposite, the theme of liberation, as the objective to be achieved. It is this tormenting theme which gives our epoch the anthropological character mentioned earlier. In order to achieve humanization, which presupposes the elimination of dehumanizing oppression, it is absolutely necessary to surmount the limit situations in which people are reduced to things. Within the smaller circles, we find themes and limit situations characteristic of societies, on the same continent or on different continents, which through these themes and limit situations share historical similarities. For example, underdevelopment, which cannot be understood apart from the relationship of dependency, represents a limit situation characteristic of societies of the Third World. The task implied by this limit situation is to overcome the contradictory relation of these object societies to the metropolitan societies. This task constitutes the untested feasibility for the Third World. Metropolitan, that means the Western societies. Orf. Any given society within the broader epochal unit contains, in addition to the universal, continental, or historically similar themes, its own particular themes, its own limit situations. Within yet smaller circles, thematic diversifications can be found within the same society, divided into areas and sub-areas, all of which are related to the societal whole. These constitute epochal subunits. For example, within the same national unit, one can find the contradiction of the coexistence of the non-contemporaneous. Within these subunits, national themes may or may not be perceived in their true significance. They may simply be felt, sometimes not even that, but the non-existence of themes within the subunits is absolutely impossible. The fact that individuals in a certain area do not perceive a generative theme, or perceive it in a distorted way, may only reveal a limit situation of oppression in which people are still submerged. In general, a dominated consciousness which has not yet perceived a limit situation in its totality apprehends only its epiphenomena, skin level phenomena, and transfers to the latter the inhibiting force which is the property of the limit situation. This fact is of great importance for the investigation of generative themes. When people lack a critical understanding of their reality, apprehending it in fragments which they do not perceive as interacting constituent elements of the whole, they cannot truly know that reality. To truly know it, they would have to reverse their starting point. They would need to have a total vision of the context in order subsequently to separate and isolate its constituent elements, and by means of this analysis, achieve a clearer perception of the whole. When I'm a wee little baby and I don't know what capitalism and imperialism is, and I'm like, why is they always doing war over yonder? Okay. French. Equally appropriate for the methodology of thematic investigation and for problem-posing education. Equally appropriate for the methodology of thematic investigation and for problem-posing education is this effort to present significant dimensions of an individual's contextual reality, the analysis of which will make it possible for him to recognize the interaction of the various components. Meanwhile, these significant dimensions, which in their turn are constituted of parts in interaction, should be perceived as dimensions of total reality. In this way, a critical analysis of a significant existential dimension makes possible a new critical attitude toward the limit situations. The perception and comprehension of reality are rectified and acquire new depth, and carried out with a methodology of conscientization. Stay woke. With a methodology of awareness, the investigation of the generative theme contained in the minimum thematic universe, the generative themes and interaction, thus introduces or begins to introduce women and men to a critical form of thinking about their world. Right, what, footnote 20? Let's see. Dominated conscious, which has not yet perceived the limit situation in its totality, apprehends only its surface level characteristics and transfers to the latter the inhibiting force, which is the data. Footnote 20. Individuals of the middle class often demonstrate this type of behavior, although in a different way from the peasant. Their fear of freedom leads them to erect defense mechanisms and rationalizations which conceal the fundamental, emphasize the fortuitous, and to deny concrete reality. In the face of a problem whose analysis would lead to the uncomfortable perception of a limit situation, their tendency is to remain on the periphery of the discussion and resist any attempts to reach the heart of the question. They are even annoyed when someone points out a fundamental proposition which explains the fortuitous or secondary matters to which they had been assigning primary importance. It's raining heavily, and I think that's thunder. Are we gonna have a 2-second power outage that shuts down my stream? It's gonna be so epic. Yeah, that's probably gonna happen. If that happens, I'm just gonna be like, well, that's the page we stopped at. That's so loud. In the event, however, that human beings perceive reality as dense, impenetrable, and enveloping, it is indispensable to proceed with the investigation by means of abstraction. This method In the event, however, that human beings perceive reality as dense, impenetrable, and enveloping, it is indispensable to proceed with the investigation by means of abstraction. This method does not involve reducing the concrete to the abstract, which would signify the negation of its dialectical nature, but rather maintaining both elements as opposites which interrelate dialectically in the act of reflection. This dialectical movement of thought is exemplified perfectly in the analysis of a concrete, existential, coded situation. Its decoding requires moving from the abstract to the concrete, this requiring moving from the part to the whole and then returning to the parts. This in turn requires that the subject recognize himself in the object, the coded concrete existential situation, and recognize the object as a situation in which he finds himself, together with other subjects. If the decoding is well done, this movement of flux and reflux from the abstract to the concrete, which occurs in the analysis of a coded situation, leads to the supersedence of the abstraction by the critical perception of the concrete, which has already ceased to be a dense, impenetrable reality. Footnote 21. Yeah, okay. When an individual is presented with a coded existential situation, yeah, I wish they would give me more real world examples, because I'm a little bitch baby. When an individual is presented with a coded existential situation, a sketch or photograph, which leads by abstraction to the concreteness of existential reality, his tendency is to split that coded situation. In the process of decoding, this separation corresponds to the stage we call the description of the situation and facilitates the discovery of the interaction among the parts of the disjoined whole. This whole, the coded situation, which previously had been only diffusely apprehended, begins to acquire meaning as thought flows back to it from the various dimensions. Since, however, coding is the representation of an existential situation, decoder tends to take the step from the representation to can't even hear my music. Since, however, the coding is the representation of an existential situation, the decoder tends to take the step from the representation, the very concrete situation in which and with which she finds herself. It is thus possible to explain conceptually why individuals begin to behave differently with regard to objective reality, once that reality has ceased to look like a blind alley and has taken on its true aspect, a challenge which human beings must meet. In all the stages of decoding, people exteriorize their view of the world. In the way they think about and face the world, fatalistically, dynamically, or statically, their generative themes may be found. A group which does not concretely express a generative thematics, fact which might appear to imply the non-existence of themes, is, on the contrary, suggesting a very dramatic theme of silence. The theme of silence suggests a structure of mutism in face of the overwhelming force of the limit situations. I must re-emphasize that the generative theme cannot be found in people divorced. Oh, hello, Emily. Goodbye, Emily. I mean, good night. Yeah. I must re-emphasize that the generative theme cannot be found in people divorced from reality, nor yet in reality divorced from people, much less in no man's land. Been looking for a few hours? That's fine. Yeah, well, good night. Hope you sleep good. Much less in no man's land. It can only be apprehended in the human-world relationship. To investigate the generative theme is to investigate people's thinking about reality and people's action upon reality, which is their praxis. For precisely this reason, the methodology proposed requires that the investigators and the people who would normally be considered objects of that investigation should act as co-investigators. The more active an attitude men and women take in regard to the exploration of their thematics, the more they deepen their critical awareness of reality, and, in spelling out those thematics, take possession of that reality. I'll be honest, this part of this chapter is a little bit too theoretical for me. But I will continue on with my stuff. Some may think it inadvisable to include the people as investigators in the search for their own meaningful thematics, that their intrusive influence in the... What is that? Okay, what does N.E mean? Note well, take notice. Nota bene. Mamma mia. Luigi. Okay. At their intrusive influence, taking note the intrusion of those who are most interested or ought to be in their own education, will adulterate the findings and thereby sacrifice the objectivity of the investigation. This view mistakenly presupposes that themes exist in their original objective purity outside people, as if themes were things. Actually, themes exist in people in their relations with the world, with reference to concrete facts. The same objective fact could evoke different complexes of generative themes in different epochal subunits. There is, therefore, a relation between the given objective fact, the perception women and men have of this fact, and the generative themes. I'm going to look up generative theme again. An issue about which people feel strongly and are willing to take some action about. I'm going to, even after looking it up again, I'm still going to explore this thing. A meaningful thematics is expressed by people, and a given moment of expression will differ from an earlier moment if they have changed their perception of the objective facts to which the facts refer. To which the themes refer. From the investigator's point of view, the important thing is to detect the starting point at which the people visualize the given, and to verify whether or not during the process of investigation any transformation has occurred in their way of perceiving reality. Objective reality, of course, remains unchanged. If the perception of that reality changes in the course of the investigation, that fact does not impair the validity of the investigation. We must realize that the aspirations, the motives, and the objectives implicit in the meaningful thematics are human aspirations, motives, and objectives. They do not exist out there somewhere as static entities. They are occurring. They are as historical as human beings themselves. Consequently, they cannot be apprehended apart from them. To apprehend these themes and to understand them is to understand both the people who embody them and the reality to which they refer. I'm gonna make a marker here just so I can check how the mic sounds when there's some really fucking loud rain. Oh yeah, got it. But precisely because it is not possible to understand these themes apart from people, it is necessary that those concerned understand them as well. Thematic investigation thus becomes a common striving toward awareness of reality and toward self-awareness, which makes this investigation a starting point for the educational process or for cultural action of a liberating character. I think the rain is giving me a harder time on processing text. Thematic investigation thus becomes common striving toward awareness of reality and toward self-awareness, which makes this investigation a starting point for the educational process or for cultural action of a liberating character. Do you want me to drink the rest of this?
I want you to have the rest of it.
Fine. Okay.
Rainy.
There's going to be a lightning strike, and then it's going to turn the power off for 2 seconds, and the stream is going to be over.
Just about to stop.
Okay. Perf. Oh, 107. Oh, we got so many more things.
Excuse me.
Pardon me. We must realize that the aspirations, the motives, and the objectives implicit in the meaningful thematics are human. Oh, I'm sorry. The real danger of the investigation is not that the supposed objects of the investigation, discovering themselves to be co-investigators, might adulterate the analytical results. On the contrary, the danger lies in the risk of shifting the focus of the investigation from the meaningful themes to the people themselves, thereby treating the people as objects of the investigation. Since this investigation is to serve as a basis for developing an educational program in which teacher-student and student-teachers combine their cognitions of the same object, the investigation itself must likewise be based on reciprocity of action. Thematic investigation, which occurs in the realm of the human, cannot be reduced to a mechanical act. As a process of search, of knowledge, and thus of creation, it requires the investigators to discover the interpenetration of problems in the linking of meaningful themes. The investigation will be most educational when it is most critical, and most critical when it avoids the narrow outlines of partial or focalized views of reality, and sticks to the comprehension of total reality. Thus, the process of searching for the meaningful thematics should include a concern for the links between themes, a concern to pose these themes as problems, and a concern for their historical cultural context. Just as the educator may not elaborate a program to present to the people, neither may the investigator elaborate itineraries for researching the thematic universe, starting from points which he has predetermined. Both education and the investigation designed to support it must be sympathetic activities in the etymological sense of the word. That is, they must consist of communication and of the common experience of a reality perceived in the complexity of its constant becoming. The investigator who, in the name of scientific objectivity, transforms the organic into something inorganic, what is becoming into what is, life into death, is a person who fears change. He or she sees in change which is not denied, but neither is it desired, not a sign of life, but a sign of death and decay. He or she does want to study change, but in order to stop it, not in order to stimulate or deepen it. However, in seeing change as a sign of death, and in making people the passive object of investigation, in order to arrive at rigid models, one betrays their own character as a killer of life. I repeat, the investigation of thematics involves the investigation of the people's thinking which occurs only in and among people together seeking out reality. Cannot think for others or without others, nor can others think for me. Even if the people's thinking is superstitious or naive, it is only as they rethink their assumptions in action that they can change. Producing and acting upon their own ideas, not consuming those of others, must constitute that process. People, as beings in a situation, find themselves rooted in temporal spatial conditions which mark them, and which they also mark. They will tend to reflect on their own situationality to the extent that they are challenged by it to act upon it. Human beings are because they are in a situation, and they will be more the more they not only critically reflect upon their existence, but critically act upon it. Reflection upon situationality is reflection about the very condition of existence. Critical thinking by means of which people discover each other to be, in a situation. Only as the situation ceases to present itself as a dense, enveloping reality, only as this situation ceases to present itself as a dense, enveloping reality, or a tormenting blind alley, and they can come to perceive it as an objective problematic situation, only then can commitment exist. Humankind emerge from their submersion and acquire the ability to intervene in reality as it is unveiled. Intervention in reality, historical awareness itself, thus represents a step forward from emergence, and results from the conscientizatio, from the stay woke TM, from the awareness of the situation. Conscientizatio is the deepening of the attitude of awareness characteristic of all emergence. Even thematic investigation, which deepens historical awareness, is thus really educational, while all authentic education investigates thinking. The more educators and the people investigate the people's thinking and are thus jointly educated, the more they continue to investigate. Education and thematic investigation in the problem-posing concept of education are simply different moments of the same process. In contrast with the anti-dialogical and non-communicative deposits of the banking method of education, the program content of the problem-posing method, dialogical par excellence, is constituted and organized by the students' view of the world, where their own generative themes are found, their own issues about which they feel strongly and are willing to take action about. Yeah. The content thus constantly expands and renews itself. The task of the dialogical teacher and an interdisciplinary team working on the thematic unit. Oh my god, guys, Muddy went live. You gotta get in there right now. Let's see. I'll hit him with this. There you go. Okay. All right. Where was I? Ta 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 ta. Bing bing bing. Okay, I'm just going to read this whole paragraph again. In contrast with the anti-dialogical and non-communicative deposits of the banking method of education, the program content of the problem-posing method, dialogical par excellence, is constituted and organized by the students' view of the world, where their own generative themes, aka issues about which people feel strongly and are willing to take some action about, are found. The content thus constantly expands and renews itself. The task of the dialogical teacher in an interdisciplinary team working on the thematic universe. Let's see, Paulo, Friere, thematic universe. I'm not gonna look at the fucking AI generated. Pedagogy of the Oppressed, Chapter 3 Summary and Analysis, Lit Charts. Let's see. Let's see. He divides history into a series of epochs, periods of time that are characterized by people's ideas, values, and beliefs during that time. These ideas and beliefs exist in the world, and Friere calls the representation in the world themes. Every theme has an opposite theme that reflects an opposing idea or belief. The thematic universe, then, is the combination of themes interacting with each other during a particular epoch. Is it the marketplace of ideas? No. Sorry. No, we're all marketplace haters, alright? I mean, okay. Yeah. Let's see. The task of the dialogical teacher in an interdisciplinary team working on the thematic universe, revealed by their investigation, is to re-present that universe to the people from whom he or she first received it, and represent it, not as a lecture, but as a problem. Let us say, for example, oh my god, examples? No. Let us say, for example, that a group has the responsibility of coordinating a plan for adult education in a peasant area with a high percentage of illiteracy. The plan includes a literacy campaign and a post-literacy phase. During the former stage, problem-posing education seeks out and investigates the generative word. In the post-literacy stage, it seeks out and investigates the generative theme. Let us here, however, consider only the investigation of the generative themes or the meaningful thematics. Once the investigators have determined the area in which they'll work and have acquired a preliminary acquaintance with the area through secondary sources, they initiate the first stage of the investigation. This beginning, like any beginning in any human activity, involves difficulties and risks which are to a certain point normal, although they are not always evident in the first contact with the individuals of the area. In this first contact, the investigators need to get a significant number of persons to agree to an informal meeting during which they can talk about the objectives of their presence in the area. In this meeting, they explain the reason for the investigation, how it is to be carried out, and to what use it will be put. They further explain that the investigation will be impossible without a relation of mutual understanding and trust. If the participants agree both to the investigation and to the subsequent process, the investigators should call for volunteers among the participants to serve as assistants. These volunteers will gather a series of necessary data about the life of the area. Of even greater importance, however, is the active presence of these volunteers in the investigation. Meanwhile, the investigators began their own visits to the area. never forcing themselves, but acting as sympathetic observers with an attitude of understanding toward what they see. While it is normal for investigators to come to the area with values which influence their perceptions, this does not mean that they may transform the thematic investigation into a means of imposing these values. The only dimension of these values which it is hoped the people whose thematics are being investigated will come to share, it is presumed that the investigators possess this quality, is a critical perception of the world, which implies a correct method of approaching reality in order to unveil it. And critical perception cannot be imposed. Thus, from the very beginning, thematic investigation is expressed as an educational pursuit, as cultural action. Short. See, what was this footnote? Okay. During their visits, the investigators set their critical aim on the area under study, as if it were for them an enormous, unique, living code to be deciphered. They regard the area as a totality, and visit upon visit attempt to split it by analyzing the partial dimensions which impress them. I don't think I'm not impressed like, wow, so cool. Impress as in making an impression. Through this process, they expand their understanding of how the various parts interact, which will later help them penetrate the totality itself. During this decoding stage, the investigators observe certain moments of the life of the area, sometimes directly, sometimes by means of informal conversations with the inhabitants. They register everything in their notebooks, including apparently unimportant items, the way the people talk, their style of life, their behavior at church and at work. They record the idiom of the people, their expressions, their vocabulary, and their syntax. Not their incorrect pronunciation, but rather the way they construct their thought. Let's see, 24. The Brazilian novelist Guimarães Rosa is a brilliant example of how a writer can capture authentically not the pronunciation or the grammatical corruptions of the people, but their syntax, the very structure of their thought. Indeed, and this is not to disparage his exceptional value as a writer, Guimarães Rosa was the investigator par excellence of the meaningful thematics of the inhabitants of the Brazilian hinterland. Professor Paulo de Tarso is currently preparing an essay which analyzes this little-considered aspect of the work of the author of Grande Sertão, Veredas. In English translation, The Devil to Pay in the Backlines. Okay. It is essential that the investigators observe the area under varying circumstances. Labor in the fields, meetings of a local association, noting the behavior of the participants, the language used, and the relations between the officers and the members, the role played by women and by young people, leisure hours, games and sports, conversations with people in their homes, noting examples of husband-wife and parent-child relationships. No activity must escape the attention of the investigators during the initial survey of the area. After each observation visit, the investigator should draw up a brief report to be discussed by the entire team in order to evaluate the preliminary findings of both the professional investigators and the local assistants. To facilitate the participation of the assistants, the evaluation meetings should be held in the area itself. The evaluation meetings represent a second stage in the decoding of the unique living code. As each person in his decoding essay relates how he perceived or has felt a certain occurrence or situation, his exposition challenges all the other decoders by representing to them the same reality upon which they have themselves been intent. At this moment, they reconsider, through the considerations of others, their own previous consideration. Thus, the analysis of reality made by each individual decoder sends them all back, dialogically, to the disjoined whole, which once more becomes a totality, evoking a new analysis by the investigators, following which a new evaluative and critical meeting will be held. Representatives of the inhabitants participate in all activities as members of the investigating team. The more the group divide and reintegrate the whole, the more closely they approach the nuclei of the principal and secondary contradictions which involve the inhabitants of the area. By locating these nuclei of contradictions, the investigators might even at this stage be able to organize the program content of their educational action. Indeed, if the content reflected these contradictions, it would undoubtedly contain the meaningful thematics of the area. One can safely affirm that action based on these observations would be much more likely to succeed than that based on decisions from the top. The investigators should not, however, be tempted by this possibility. The basic thing, starting from the initial perception of these nuclei of contradictions, which include the principal contradiction of society as a larger epochal unit, is to study the inhabitants' level of awareness of these contradictions. Intrinsically, these contradictions constitute limit situations, involve themes, and indicate tasks. I'm going to look up the Paulo Friere. Limit situations. I need, file.scirp.org. The language you use to help foster dialogue around this point involves the term limit situation. On Friere's terms, a limit situation impedes or prevents one's pursuit of becoming more fully human as a result of hosting or housing the oppressor consciousness. So hard to find. I don't know if that helped me too much. Wikipedia. Oh. Let's see. Wikipedia is developed by Carl Jasper. A limit situation is any of certain situations in which a human being is said to have experiences that differ from those arising from ordinary situations. Let's see. Carl Jasper is considered fright, guilt, finality, and suffering as some of the key limit situations arising in everyday life. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. Intrinsically, these contradictions constitute limit situations, involve themes, and indicate tasks. If individuals are caught up in and are unable to separate themselves from these limit situations, their theme in reference to these situations is fatalism, and the task implied by the theme is the lack of a task. Thus, although the limit situations are objective realities which call forth needs in individuals, one must investigate with these individuals their level of awareness of these situations. A limit situation as a concrete reality can call forth from persons in different areas, and even in some areas of the same area, quite opposite themes and tasks. Thus, the basic concern of the investigators should be to concentrate on the knowledge of what Goldman calls real consciousness and the potential consciousness. Real consciousness is the result of the multiple obstacles and deviations that the different factors of empirical reality put into opposition and submit for realization by the potential consciousness. Real consciousness implies the impossibility of perceiving the untested feasibility which lies beyond the limit situations. But whereas the untested feasibility cannot be achieved at the level of real or present consciousness, it can be realized through testing action, which reveals its hitherto unperceived viability. The untested feasibility and real consciousness are related, as are testing action and potential consciousness. Goldman's concept of potential consciousness is similar to what Nicolai, terms unperceived practicable solutions are untested feasibility, in contrast to perceived practicable solutions and presently practiced solutions, which correspond to Goldman's real consciousness. Accordingly, the fact that the investigators may in the first stage of the investigation approximately apprehend the complex of contradictions does not authorize them to begin to structure the program content of educational action. This perception of reality is still their own, not that of the people. It is with the apprehension of the complex of contradictions that the second stage of the investigation begins. Always acting as a team, the investigators will select some of these contradictions to develop the codifications to be used in the thematic investigation. Since the codifications, sketches or photographs, are the objects which mediate the decoders in their critical analysis. The preparation of these codifications must be guided by certain principles other than the usual ones for making visual aids. Let's see what 27 says. The codifications may also be oral. In this case, they consist of a few words presenting an existential problem followed by decoding. Oh, okay. The first requirement is that these codifications must necessarily represent situations familiar to the individuals whose thematics are being examined, so that they can easily recognize the situations, and thus their own relation to them. It is inadmissible, whether during the process of investigation or in the following stage, when the meaningful thematics are presented as program content, to present pictures of reality unfamiliar to the participants. The latter procedure, although dialectical because individuals analyzing an unfamiliar reality could compare it with their own and discover the limitations of each, cannot precede the more basic one dictated by the participants' state of submersion, that is, the process in which individuals, analyzing their own reality, become aware of their prior distorted perceptions, and thereby come to have a new perception of that reality. An equally fundamental requirement for the preparation of the codifications is that their thematic nucleus be neither overly explicit or overly enigmatic. Not too specific and not too spicy meatball. The former may degenerate into mere propaganda, with no real decoding to be done beyond stating the obviously predetermined content. The latter runs the risk of appearing to be a puzzle or a guessing game. Since they represent existential situations, the codifications should be simple in their complexity. The codifications should be simple in their complexity. Okay, as in not too complex, and offer various decoding possibilities in order to avoid the brainwashing tendencies of propaganda. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow, the scriptivist. Welcome to your book. Hope you're having a good, well, I guess it was Friday before, but it's Saturday now. Yeah. Where was I? Since they represent existential situations, the codifications should be simple in their complexity and offer various decoding possibilities in order to avoid the brainwashing tendencies of propaganda. Codifications are not slogans. They are cognizable objects, challenges toward which the critical reflection of the decoders should be directed. In order to offer various possibilities of analysis in the decoding process, the codifications should be organized as a thematic fan. As the decoders reflect on the codifications should open up in the direction of other themes. This opening up, which does not occur if the thematic content is either too explicit or too enigmatic, is indispensable to the perception of the dialectical relations which exist between the themes and their opposites. Accordingly, the codifications reflecting an existential situation must objectively constitute a totality. Its elements must interact in the makeup of the whole. Yeah. I guess this is tying back to the you have to make people do their own thinking. Really fucked up. The end evil cruises with my mind. Okay. Yeah. Teaching people to think, really fucked up. In the process of decoding, the participants externalize their thematics, and thereby make explicit their real consciousness of the world. As they do this, they begin to see how they themselves acted while actually experiencing the situation they are now analyzing, and thus reach a perception of their previous perception. By achieving this awareness, they come to perceive reality differently. By broadening the horizon of their perception, they discover more easily in their background awareness the dialectical relations between the two dimensions of reality. By stimulating perception of the previous perception, and knowledge of the previous knowledge. Decoding stimulates the appearance of a new perception and the development of new knowledge. The new perception and knowledge are systematically continued with the inauguration of the educational plan, which transforms the untested feasibility into testing action, as potential consciousness supersedes real consciousness. Preparing the codifications further requires that, insofar as possible, they should represent contradictions inclusive of others, which constitute the system of contradictions of the area under study. What footnote 28 is. Ah, okay. As each of these inclusive codifications is prepared, the other contradictions contained therein should also be codified. The decoding of the former will be dialectically clarified by the decoding of the latter. In this connection, a very valuable contribution to our method has been made by Gabriel Bode, a young Chilean civil servant in one of the most significant Chilean governmental institutions, the Instituto de Desarrollo Agropecuario, INDAP. During his use of this method in the post-literacy stage, Bode observed that the peasants became interested in the discussion only when the codification related directly to their felt needs. Any deviation in the codification, as well as any attempt by the educator to guide the decoding discussion into other areas, produced silence and indifference. On the other hand, he observed that even when the codification centered on their felt needs, the peasants could not manage to concentrate systematically on the discussion, which often digressed to the point of never reaching a synthesis. Excuse me. Also, they almost never perceived the relationship of their felt needs to the direct and indirect causes of these needs. One might say that they failed to perceive the untested feasibility lying beyond the limit situations which engendered their needs. Bode, I'm just going to say Bode, even though it's probably not how it's pronounced because I'm a filthy American. Bode then decided to experiment with a simultaneous projection of different situations. In this technique lies the value of his contribution. Initially, he projects a very simple codification of an existential situation. He terms his first codification essential. It represents the basic nucleus and opens up into a thematic fan extending to auxiliary codifications. After the essential codification is decoded, the educator maintains its projected image as a reference for the participants and successively projects alongside it the auxiliary codifications. By means of the latter, which are directly related to the essential codification, he sustains the vivid interest of the participants, who are thereby enabled to reach a synthesis. Yeah. The great achievement of Gabriel Bode is that, by means of the dialectics between the essential and the auxiliary codifications, he has managed to communicate to the participants a sense of totality. Individuals who are submerged in reality, merely feeling their needs, emerge from reality and perceive the causes of their needs. Something, it's all connected, bro. And then I have my red string lines between the photos. Okay. Okay. In this way, they can go beyond the level of real consciousness to that of potential consciousness much more rapidly. Once the codifications have been prepared, and all their possible thematic facets have been studied by the interdisciplinary team, the investigators begin the third stage of the investigation by returning to the area to initiate decoding dialogues in the thematic investigation circles. These discussions, which decode the material prepared in the preceding stage, are taped for subsequent analysis by the interdisciplinary team. In addition to the investigator acting as decoding coordinator, 2 other specialists, a psychologist and a sociologist, attend the meetings. Their task is to note and record the significant and apparently insignificant reactions of the decoders. let's see. Each investigation circle should have a max of 20 persons. Should be as many circles as necessary to involve as participants 10% of the area being studied. 32. The subsequent meetings of analysis should include the volunteers from the area who assisted in the investigation and some participants of the thematic investigation circles. Their contribution is both a right to which they're entitled and an indispensable aid to the analysis of these specialists. As co-investigators, they'll rectify or ratify the interpretations the latter make of the findings. From the methodological point of view, their participation gives the investigation, which from the beginning is based on a sympathetic relationship, an additional safeguard, the critical presence of representatives of the people from the beginning until the final phase, that of thematic analysis, continued in the organization of the program content of educational action as liberating cultural action. Okay. Yeah. During the decoding process, the coordinator must not only listen to the individuals, but must challenge them, posing as problems both the codified existential situation and their own answers. Due to the cathartic force of the methodology, the participants of the thematic investigation circles externalize a series of sentiments and opinions about themselves, the world, and others that perhaps they would not express under different circumstances. In one of the thematic investigations, 33. Oh, this one was not completed. That's what that says. In one of the thematic investigations carried out in Santiago, a group of tenement residents. Tenement is a type of building shared by multiple dwellings, typically with flats or apartments on each floor and with a shared entrance stairway access. Okay. A group of tenement residents discussed a scene showing a drunken man walking on the street and three young men conversing on the corner. The group participants commented that the only one there who is productive and useful to his country is the souse who is returning home after working all day for low wages and who is worried about his family because he can't take care of their needs. He is the only worker. He is a decent worker and a souse like us. Souse? Spouse without a P. What is souse slang? To make drunk. It's also a variety of head cheese, and it's also a light Caribbean dish. Okay. The investigator had intended to study aspects of alcoholism. He probably would not have elicited the above responses if he had presented the participants with a questionnaire he had elaborated himself. If asked directly, they might have even denied ever taking a drink themselves. But in their comments on the codification of an existential situation they could recognize, and in which they could recognize themselves, they said what they really felt. There are two important aspects to these declarations. On the one hand, they verbalize the connection between earning low wages, feeling exploited, and getting drunk. Getting drunk as a flight from reality, as an attempt to overcome the frustration of inaction, as an ultimately self-destructive solution. On the other hand, they manifest the need to rate the drunkard highly. He is, quote, the only one useful to his country because he works, while the others only gab. After praising the drunkard, the participants then identify themselves with him as workers who also drink, decent workers. In contrast, imagine the failure of a moralistic educator sermonizing against alcoholism and presenting as an example of virtue something which for these men is not a manifestation of virtue. In this and in other cases, the only sound procedure is the conscientizao of the situation, which should be attempted from the start of the thematic investigation. Obviously, conscientizao, and awareness, does not stop at the level of mere subjective perception of a situation, but through action prepares men for the struggle against the obstacles to their humanization. In another experience, this time with peasants, I observed that the unchanging motif during an entire discussion of his situation depicting work in the fields was the demand for an increase in wages and the necessity of joining together to create a union to obtain this particular demand. 3 situations were discussed during the session, and the motif was always the same. Now, imagine an educator who has organized his educational program for these men, consisting of reading wholesome texts in which one learns that the water is in the well, I don't know what that means. The water is in the well. Meaning. Sure, okay, I'll take the AI overview this time. Ready supply of something, take for granted, something, something, the Bible? I don't know. But precisely this type of thing happens all the time in both education and politics. Because it is not realized that the dialogical nature of education begins with thematic investigation. Once the decoding in the circles has been completed, the last stage of the investigation begins, as the investigators undertake a systematic, interdisciplinary study of their findings. Listening to the tapes recorded during the decoding sessions and studying the notes taken by the psychologists and the sociologists, the investigators begin to list the themes, explicit or implicit, in the affirmations made during the sessions. These themes should be classified according to the various social sciences. Classification does not mean that when the program is elaborated, the themes will be seen as belonging to isolated categories, but only that a theme is viewed in a specific manner by each of the social sciences to which it is related. The theme of development, for example, is especially appropriate to the field of economics, but not exclusively so. This theme would also be focalized, like focal point, would also be focalized by sociology, anthropology, and social psychology, fields concerned with cultural change and with the modification of attitudes and values, questions which are equally relevant to a philosophy of development. It would be focalized by political science, a field concerned with the decisions which involve development, by education, and so forth. In this way, the themes which characterize a totality will never be approached rigidly. It would indeed be a pity if the themes, after being investigated in the richness of their interpenetration with other aspects of reality, were subsequently to be handled in such a way as to sacrifice their richness, and hence their force, to these strictures of specialities. Specialities? Is there supposed to be? Okay. Once the thematic demarcation is completed, each specialist presents to the interdisciplinary team a project for the breakdown of his theme. In breaking down the theme, the specialist looks for the fundamental nuclei which, comprising learning units and establishing a sequence, give a general view of the theme. As each specific project is discussed, the other specialists make suggestions. These may be incorporated into the project and/or may be included in the brief essays to be written on the theme. I think that's supposed to be a period. To be written on the theme. These essays, to which bibliographic suggestions are annexed, are valuable aids in training the teacher's students who will work in the culture circles. During this effort to break down the meaningful thematics, the team will recognize the need to include some fundamental themes which were not directly suggested by the people during the preceding investigation. The introduction of these themes has proved to be necessary and also corresponds to the dialogical character of education. If educational programming is dialogical, the teacher students also have the right to participate by including themes not previously suggested. I call the latter type of theme hinged themes due to their function. They may either facilitate the connection between two themes in the program unit, filling a possible gap between the two, or they may illustrate the relations between the general program content and the view of the world held by the people. Hence, one of these themes may be located at the beginning of thematic units. The anthropological concept of culture is one of these hinged themes. It clarifies the role of people in the world and with the world as transforming rather than adaptive beings. Yeah. We live in a society, and society was made by people, and yeah. Oh, smacked the mic arm. And if society is made by people, then people can change it again. Oh, or crunch. Okay. Once the breakdown of the thematics is completed, it follows the stage of its codification, choosing the best channel of communication for each theme and its representation, as codification may be simple or compound. former utilizes either the visual, pictorial, or graphic, the tactile, or the auditive channel. The latter utilizes various channels. Oh my god. Big footnotes. The selection of the pictorial or graphic channel depends not only on the materials to be codified, but also on whether or not the individuals with whom one wishes to communicate are literate. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. After the thematics has been codified, the didactic material, photographs, slides, film strips, posters, reading texts, and so forth, is prepared. The team may propose some themes or aspects of some themes. The team may propose some themes or aspects of some themes to outside specialists as topics for recorded interviews. Oh, some themes or aspects of some themes. Okay. Let us take the theme of development as an example. No, I'm gonna skip that. The team approaches 2 or more economists of varying schools of thought, tells them about the program, and invites them to contribute an interview on the subject in language comprehensible to the audience. If the specialists accept, an interview of 15 to 20 minutes is taped. A photograph may be taken of each specialist while he is speaking. When the taped interview is presented to the culture circle, an introductory statement indicates who each speaker is, what she or he has written, done, and doing now. Meanwhile, the speaker's photograph is projected on a screen. If, for instance, the speaker is a university professor, the introduction could include a discussion regarding what the participants think of universities and what they expect of them. The group has already been told that the recorded interview would be followed by a discussion of its contents, which functions as an auditive codification. The team subsequently reports to the specialist the reaction of the participants during the discussion. This technique links intellectuals, often well-intentioned but not infrequently alienated from the reality of the people, to that reality. It also gives the people an opportunity to hear and criticize the thoughts of intellectuals. Some themes or nuclei may be presented by means of brief dramatizations containing the theme only. No solutions. The dramatization acts as a codification, as a problem-posing situation to be discussed. Another didactic resource, I'm going to look up this word. Didactic. Intended to teach, particularly in having moral instruction as an ulterior motive. In the manner of a teacher. Okay. Instructive, instructional, educational, educative, informative. Okay. Another didactic resource, as long as it is carried out within a problem-posing rather than a banking approach to education, is the reading and discussion of magazine articles, newspapers, and book chapters, beginning with passages. Excuse me. As in the case of the recorded interviews, the author is introduced before the group begins, and the contents are discussed afterwards. Yeah. I'm gonna have to capture some creatures for book reading so we can do the before and after. Really fucked up. Ugh. Well, then I'd probably have to spend a lot more time on each book, but I guess that'd probably be better. Probably be better. Do that. Because, like, I can read a whole book on stream, but it's not guaranteed that everyone listening is gonna soak up as much as I did. Group digesting? Yeah. I'm gonna have to... yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. And by think about it, I mean, you know, I've been looking for a while. I have to come back and listen back to the VOD later. Oh, okay. Yeah. I hope listening has been good. Oops, I spelled his name wrong. Probably saying his name wrong too. Paulo Friere. Yeah. Okay. Along the same lines, it is indispensable to analyze the contents of newspaper editorials following. Oh boy. Oh boy. New York Times versus Al Jazeera? Yeah. Okay. Along the same lines, it is indispensable to analyze the contents of newspaper editorials following any given event. Why do different newspapers have such different interpretations of the same fact? This practice helps develop a sense of criticism, so that people will react to newspapers or news broadcasts not as passive objects of the communiques directed at them. I'm going to look up that word too, because I've kind of been ignoring it, but communique. What is the meaning of communique? An official message that's sent between people or to a media outlet. Another thing said like a bulletin. The AI overview said that it was like a bulletin. Okay. Not as passive objects of the communiques directed at them, but are, I guess it's communique, rather as consciousnesses seeking to be free. All the didactic material prepared, to which should be added small introductory manuals, the team of educators is ready to re-present to the people their own thematics in systematized and amplified form. The thematics which have come from the people return to them, not as contents to be deposited, but as problems to be solved. First task of the basic education teachers is to present the general program of the educational campaign. The people will find themselves in this program. It will not seem strange to them, since it originated with them. The educators will also explain, based on the dialogical character of education, the presence in the program of the hinged themes and their significance. If the educators lack sufficient funds to carry out the preliminary thematic investigation as described above, they can, with a minimum knowledge of the situation, select some basic themes to serve as codifications to be investigated. Accordingly, they can begin with introductory themes and simultaneously initiate further thematic investigation. One of these basic themes, and one which I consider central and indispensable, is the anthropological concept of culture. Whether men and women are peasants or urban workers, learning to read or enrolled in a post-literacy program, the starting point of their search to know more, in the instrumental meaning of the term, is the debate of the concept. As they discuss the world of culture, they express the level of awareness of reality, in which various themes are implicit. Their discussion touches upon other aspects of reality, which come to be perceived in an increasingly critical manner. These aspects, in turn, involve many other themes. With the experience now behind me, I can affirm that the concept of culture, discussed imaginatively in all or most of its dimensions, can provide various aspects of an educational program. In addition, after several days of dialogue with the culture circle participants, the educators can ask the participants directly, what other themes or subjects could we discuss besides these? As each person replies, the answer is noted down and is immediately proposed to the group as a problem. One of the group members may say, for example, I'd like to talk about nationalism. Very well, says the educator, noting down the suggestion and asks, what does nationalism mean? Why is the discussion about nationalism of any interest to us? My experience shows that when a suggestion is posed as a problem to the group, new themes appear. If, in an area where, for example, 30 culture circles meet on the same night, all the coordinators, educators, proceed in this fashion, the central team will have a rich variety of thematic material for study. The important thing, from the point of view of liberatory education, is for the people to come to feel like masters of their thinking by discussing the thinking and views of the world explicitly by discussing the thinking and views of the world explicitly or implicitly manifest in their own suggestions and those of their comrades. Because this view of education starts with the conviction that it cannot present its own program, but must search for this program dialogically with the people, it serves to introduce the pedagogy of the oppressed, in the elaboration of which the oppressed must participate. Okay. Yeah, only 60 pages left. Okay, let me see how much of this. I'm pretty sure there's nothing listed as like a index or anything, so I'm guessing this is all chapter 4. Yeah. They got like subtitle headings. Damn, Daniel. Cultural synthesis. All right, well, I'll do that tomorrow. Because I want to raid into Muddy, that's why. I'll see what, let's see. Chapter 4, Anti-Dialogics, and Dialogics as matrices of opposing theories of cultural action. The former is an instrument of repression, and the latter is an instrument of liberation. The theory of anti-dialogical action and its characteristics. Conquest, divide and rule, manipulation, and cultural invasion. Theory of dialogical action and its characteristics. Cooperation, unity, organization, and cultural synthesis. Saw some of these heading things in there. So I guess, yeah. All right. Muddy's doing artsicle. Just at the moment just look like sketch skidoodles. I think he was doing a different sketch last time I looked. Ouch. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Time for me to zoom in. Oh my god. I don't think I'm ready to be a teacher. Okay. Teacher, student. Student teacher. All right. I'll finish this last chapter tomorrow. I was gonna say maybe I'll do some art, but I think I don't wanna for like thing being a video later, I don't wanna have other random stuff in there, so I'll just end the stream when I finish the book. Yeah. Okay. Good night. Bye-bye. Have fun with Mudlark. TM. Yeah.